Chapter 779, Labyrinth. There were only two forces in the entire material plane that had the ability to build labyrinths. One was the Northern Witch Council, and the other was the Wizard Alliance. The labyrinth of the Northern Witch Council was inherited from the ruins of Silver Moon City, while the labyrinth of the Wizard Alliance was more complete. This was because under the Wizard City, there was a mysterious anti-magic prison. This was one of the functions of an advanced magic lock. It could affect the magic network to a certain extent and within a certain range. Inside the underground prison of the Wizard City, many low-level wizards could not cast spells at all. It was not surprising that these two spellcaster forces had labyrinths. But how long had Mordor City been established? They had the ability to build a labyrinth. The shock on the faces of the group of people was difficult to suppress. Some people even opened their mouths in surprise and tried to perceive the energy fluctuations nearby. "Teacher," the handsome man who first discovered this said again, "I think we should report this matter to the council first. I'm afraid the strength of Mordor City is stronger than we thought." The leading elder pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll send a message back today through magic." For the rise of Mordor City, many old forces had very complicated thoughts. Many forces faintly felt the threat, but there was a true god standing behind Mordor City, and there was the full support of the Northern Witch Council. The Wizard City was more cooperative than suppressing Mordor City. More members of the council advocated to win over Mordor City. After all, the distance between the two sides was quite far, and there was no direct conflict of interest at present. The morning sun emerged. The patrol guards of Mordor City were changing shifts. In the mansion further away, there were some wizard apprentices guiding the clay golems out. The intelligence level of low-level golems was very low. They could only complete relatively simple cleaning, and carrying. Therefore, when working on the clay golems, they still needed apprentice adepts to be in charge of controlling and guiding them. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the golem, the higher the intelligence level of the golem. For example, the doll girls that Alice made, their intelligence level could already be said to be at the demonic level. Many residents passed by the central square, and when they saw the groups of clay golems walking toward the south gate, some of them could not help but stop to watch. However, most of them seemed to have gotten used to it, and after a glance, they hurried off to do their own things. As residents of Mordor City, they had long been used to accepting new things. The changes in Mordor City were even greater than those in other cities. Perhaps one day, all the patrolling guards in the city would be replaced by these golems, and they would not be surprised, because they had seen a lot recently. During this period of time, hundreds of clay golems could be seen in Mordor City every day, and the figures of wizards were more and more frequent. There were also many beautiful witches from the Northern Witch Council. It took a day and a half to replace all the magic lamps. During this time, some strange lavender crystals appeared in Mordor City, and they were all placed in special positions. They were surrounded by things, and ordinary people could not approach them at will. These purple crystals would trigger a very strong electric current. A few days ago, a guy secretly approached and touched it. In the end, his whole body was burnt black, and he couldn't be more dead. Later, other people realized that this thing must not be touched, and the crystal was also locked inside a huge iron box. It was just that whenever all the crystal lights in Mordor City were lit up, there would be a trace of electric light in this box. Time went on like this. Mordor City would not stop moving forward because of anyone. All the mountains within 10 kilometers of the city had been flattened. The dense forests with mutant man-eating plants were also burned clean by a fire, and then trees were replanted according to the plan. The lair of the Quetzalcoatlus had completely disappeared. The City Hall of Mordor City had been building rockery in the past 2 days, which made many people feel incomprehensible. Ordinary people naturally could not peek into the mystery, but people could notice that there were wizards involved in the construction of these rockery. The official members of the Northern Witch Council had recently appeared frequently at the construction site near Mordor City. Another day passed in a blink of an eye. This day was not much different from the past. The sun was still shining during the day, but today the livestock seemed a little uneasy. The cows, horses, and mules were very restless today, as if they had been frightened by something. Ordinary people were still busy step by step, but if people observed carefully, they could find that the army of Mordor City seemed to be mobilized frequently today. There were people coming in and out of the barracks all the time, and the senior officials of the city hall were also in a hurry. In the afternoon, people finally realized that something was wrong because the sky had turned dark red at this time. Look over there. What happened? Why does the sky over there look so gloomy? A melodious bell sounded, and the busy construction site gradually quieted down. Then they saw the officials of the city hall talking to the stewards, and then they hurried the others to stop what they were doing and return to the city immediately. The slaves of Mordor City were also driven back to the city. The heavy gates slowly fell, and a team of heavily armed guards appeared on the city wall. The witches, who were rarely seen, also appeared at this moment. Although others did not understand what had happened, they also knew that the city had entered a state of alert at this moment. The sky in the distance was blood red. At first glance, it made people feel very depressed. As time passed, everyone held their breath and watched nervously. Suddenly, the sky seemed to crack open, and a deep dark crack appeared in the blood-red sky. Then a dazzling fire appeared on the horizon, and then a fist-sized fireball fell from the sky like rain. Panic broke out in an instant. Even though Soren had prepared a lot for the second wave of the Avatar crisis, panic still spread throughout the city at the moment of the disaster. Fire rained from the sky. A fist-sized fireball fell one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the distance was already filled with fire. A high-pitched dragon's roar sounded. The Wyvern Knights of Mordor City rose into the air and rushed to the south at an amazing speed. That was where the battlefield was, and this place was just affected by it. Gloria and Fallen, which also appeared in an instant. The figure of the high priest was shrouded in the glory of divinity. She silently chanted something. With the prayers of the believers, a beam of light suddenly rose from the great temple of Mordor City, and then turned into an energy shield that wrapped the whole city in it. The fire rain fell on the energy shield and exploded, but it still could not shake the energy shield at all. The accumulated power of the great temple finally played a role on this day, protecting Mordor City from all the meteor fire rain. Not good. This is the power of scorching hell. The high priest's expression was very solemn at the moment. She looked up at the fire in the distance and said to Gloria, "The plain crack opened this time is not leading to the bottomless abyss." The demons of Scorching Hell also opened a plain crack nearby. Scorching Hell. In the lower plane, there was a plain space between Bottor Inferno and Grey Wilderness. Scorching Hell, as the name suggested, was a lower plane filled with a sea of fire. This was a neutral, evil, and lawful plane. Most of the active creatures here were neutral evil, and a small number of devils that had escaped from the Bottor Hell to survive. The Scorching Hell was not under the jurisdiction of the Bottor Inferno. It was an independent lower plane and one of the strongholds of the demons. It was said that there was a devil that was comparable to a great divine power inside the Scorching Hell, but the outside world knew little about its existence. It could only be determined that it was a very ancient evil existence. There were a few lower planes. They were Azura Field, Bottor Inferno, Scorching Hell, Grey Wilderness, Bottomless Abyss, Sea of Chaos, and so on. Among them, the largest were undoubtedly Bottor Inferno and Bottomless Abyss. The other lower planes basically only had one layer, and the area was far less than these two, so the eyes of the lower planes were mainly focused on these two places. The impact of the Avatar crisis was comprehensive. Although the second wave of attack was still led by an uncountable number of demons in the bottomless abyss, the other demons and devils undoubtedly began to move after the first wave of probing contact, and ascertaining that the planar barrier was gradually loosening. This Scorching Inferno was the world with the closest environment to the fire elemental plane. Normal creatures couldn't survive in it, and even demons with fire resistance found it difficult to move around. Only creatures that were completely immune to fire could move freely in this Scorching Inferno. The fire rain that fell from the sky came from the demons of the scorching hell. Souls were the most precious wealth of the lower planes. Whether it was demons, devils, or demons, they inevitably needed to plunder souls in the process of improving their strength. What made Soren a little surprised was that in addition to a plane crack connecting to the bottomless abyss, the island of Moder was also connected to the scorching hell in the lower plane. However, he had already prepared for the second wave of the Avatar crisis. Although there was an extra passage to the scorching hell, it was still not enough to threaten the safety of Moder City. Soon, after confirming that there was no problem with the safety of Moder City itself, the garrison began to mobilize quickly. A shadow dragon hovered over Moder City, and then followed the army in the direction of the opening of the plane crack. The second wave of the Avatar crisis was coming. P.S. At 8 o'clock tonight, there will be a public WeChat red packet lottery. You can find it by searching Buddha. Come and try your luck. Chapter 780. The tranquil night wind blew. Kano sat on the roof and looked into the distance. He was a respected paladin, but at the moment, his expression was a little confused. His handsome side profile was reflected in the moonlight, and he seemed to have no sense of direction. The night in Lakeside Town was very quiet. Only the barking of dogs could be heard from time to time. The patrol guards would change shifts every once in a while. Since the appearance of the demons, many human towns have been heavily guarded. The moonlight today was a little dim, and there was a faint trace of blood. It looked unsettling. What's wrong? A tall figure appeared beside Kano. At first glance, the face was very beautiful, and it was very easy for people to think that she was a woman. However, if one looked carefully, they could tell that she was a man. This was a wood elf. Wood elves lived in the forest area. They were a branch of the high elves. Their lifespan was only about 300 years. They inherited the beauty of the high elves. They were all natural marksmen. Nothing. Kano shook his head gently. As a paladin, it was actually very difficult for him to find an adventurer team willing to accept him. This was a kind of sorrow, because there was no way for pure kindness and justice to be accepted by people. Kano once traveled alone for a long time. The other adventurers did not reject him, but they were not willing to travel with him, because the adventurers were afraid that the paladins would cause unnecessary trouble. They were afraid of the paladins' excessive sense of justice. They might even be the people that the paladins thought were evil. Kano traveled alone for a long time. The sense of mission to uphold justice led him forward, and it also made him stronger and stronger. However, he still couldn't find his true direction. Especially with the recent changes in the world, he felt extremely lost. He was no longer young. Just like the proverb said, the eyes of older paladins always showed sadness and helplessness. Kano was a little lost. He was not sure if he could really bring change to the world. The hot-bloodedness of his youth had faded a lot. He no longer thought that light and justice were the only truth in the world. Darkness also existed. What he was doing now was to painstakingly maintain that little bit of truth, kindness, and beauty. The more powerful he was, the more he felt his own insignificance. Kano did not know how long he could hold on, because he had seen too many dark and evil things in this year. Alas, a faint sigh sounded. The elves' voices were always full of magnetism. They had the grace of nature. The wood elf sitting next to Kano shook his head and slowly said, "Are you still blaming yourself for what happened during the day? We've done our best." What happened during the day? Thinking up to here, Kanoa's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of sorrow, anger, and helplessness. The current adventure team was the best companions he had met in so many years. They were kind and full of a sense of justice. Kano had done a lot of good things with them. When they were heading to Lakeside Town during the day, they passed by a small village and found wandering demons there. Although they had stopped everything in time, many innocent people still died. Demons were so cruel. Even 3-year-old children were not spared. Those pitiful villagers suffered heavy casualties. Thinking of the scene he saw during the day, Kanua's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. He had already encountered many such things along the way, but there was really not much he could do. This guy's sense of justice is too strong. The world is getting more and more chaotic. It's good enough that we're still alive. Do you know Oak Tree's team? They were all killed some time ago. They all died in the hands of the cultists. A halfling figure appeared, holding a jug of wine in his hand. He looked a little sloppy. It was the halfling Aladdin, who hadn't shown up for a long time. After the incident in the City of Wealth, no one knew where he went. This time, he just happened to show up here and even sneaked into a very good adventurer team. Hearing Aladdin's words, the wood elf couldn't help but sigh. The world was getting worse. These days, even the adventurers' days were not so stable. The usually safe routes could now encounter such troublesome monsters as the ogres. The originally balanced biological chain of many races was now almost completely destroyed. Now, even the drool cult had a headache. Kanawa couldn't help but sigh when he heard that. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Ideals and reality were wearing down his will. He felt that if he continued like this, he might not be able to hold on to those beliefs at the beginning. "Where's the wine? Where's my wine?" A loud voice unique to the dwarves sounded, followed by a burly dwarf with a floor-length beard climbing up. He was very tall. For the dwarf race to grow more than 7 meters, only a special bloodline could do that. This guy was probably 300 pounds. When he climbed up, the roof shook. Here you go." Aladdin threw the jug of wine over. For a moment, he didn't know how to comfort the paladin next to him. He felt that the paladin was sometimes like a woman. The life and death of others didn't matter to them. It was good enough to try their best to help. The paladin, who carried so many lofty ideals all day long, was too tired and too stupid. In the whole adventurer team, only the wood elf was very supportive of Kanawa's beliefs. Am I seeing things? Aladdin, who had just thrown the jug of wine over, suddenly froze. Then he pointed to the sky and muttered, "Look over there. There's a crack in the sky." He was not seeing things. The sky in the distance had unknowingly turned blood red. Then a pitch-black gap appeared, followed by the appearance of countless figures of demons. Not dretches, not quasits, but the real elite class of demons. Aladdin saw a group of succubus with open wings, a violent demon weighing more than 2,000 pounds, and even the terrible soul judgment demons and bailers. These demons appeared from the crack in the sky and rushed to the lakeside town in an instant. Dang! Dang! The sharp alarm sounded, and the strange scene in the sky undoubtedly alarmed the guards. But all this happened too fast. Before the guards of the lakeside town gathered, dozens of demons had already killed their way into the town. The leader was a legendary level bailer. He laughed wildly and slaughtered the humans who dared to stop him. These humans were so weak that none of them could even withstand a blow from him. A raging fire was ignited. The ferocious and terrifying figures of the demon-hunting spiders emerged from the darkness. They easily killed one target after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had died. Demons, demon army. Aladdin could not help but swallow, and his voice seemed to tremble a little. This is an organized demon army. Only the demon army has such combat power in the abyss. This was an organized demon army. Although they were still fighting in a mess, there were obvious traces of command. This was a one-sided massacre. The guard of the lakeside town had no ability to stop them at all. It was completely one-sided. It was estimated that they could resist for a few minutes at most. Let's run? It's not too late to run now. Aladdin glanced at his companions who were equally shocked and murmured, "So many demons. I'm afraid that even if we are all legendary, we may not be able to defeat them." "Wait, they're coming. I'm afraid we can't leave, even if we want to." Shrill cries were heard. The demons had begun to rush into the residential area, and the screams of innocent people were everywhere. The burly dwarf's expression was also a little frightened. The wood elf's face was very pale, and she whispered, "This is the gate of the abyss. How can there be so many?" Kano's expression was very complicated. It seemed that countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but then his expression gradually became firm. There was a commotion below the hotel. The sudden arrival of the demons made many adventurers panic, and then many people desperately fled. Even further away were people who were fleeing for their lives. Many guards directly gave up resistance, threw away their armor, and ran out of the town. This was not an enemy they could fight against at all. You guys go. Kano took a deep breath and slowly grasped the long sword at his waist. He used so much force that his knuckles were a little white. This not-so-young sacred warrior lowered his head, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. He just said in a dignified voice, "You guys go. There are too many demons. It'll be too late if you don't go now." After saying that, he slowly stood up and jumped down from the roof. Kano. The wood elf seemed to understand something, and her expression was quite complicated. She murmured, "What about you?" Her voice was trembling. The others seemed to understand something, and their eyes looking at Kano were quite complicated. "I can't go." Kano did not look back, but continued to move forward step by step. His footsteps seemed to be more and more firm. He said in a deep voice, "Sacred warriors can't leave at this time. How can I sit by and watch the demons slaughter humans? And I'm running away cowardly?" Kano did not stop moving. In the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of meters away. In the distance, there were flames all over the sky, and the figures of countless demons gradually appeared. They laughed wildly and vented their desire to kill, and the waves of shrill screams seemed to make them even more happy. Kano was surrounded by people who were fleeing for their lives. There were soldiers, civilians, and adventurers. Everyone wanted to desperately escape from this terrible place, and only he continued to move forward silently, even if he knew that only death awaited him. He was a sacred warrior. He could not leave at this time. Maybe he was once lost and did not know the direction of the future, but at least he knew what he should do now. Little bits of brilliance appeared. A holy brilliance appeared on Kano's long sword. This was the power of sacrifice. It was also a kind of speechless tragedy. Under the dim, blood-red sky, a not-so-young sacred warrior walked towards thousands of demons. At the last moment of his life, he was finally not lost. P.S. The negotiation with the starting point failed. Futu may leave. Everyone, pay attention to the public account so that it is convenient to continue reading the book. I will finish this book as well as possible. Chapter 781. A holy radiance emerged. This was the power of sacrifice. It was the spirit. It was faith. It was also an ideal. At the last moment of his life, Kano's spirit was sublimated. With the belief that he would die, his spirit broke through the barrier of the material plane. The light of the soul turned into the most real power, forming a domain ability that only legendary paladins could master. And it was the most powerful sacrifice domain. Sacrifice. This was the ability to burn the flame of life. This domain was almost a certain death power. As long as a paladin mastered this domain, their final ending was almost without exception a glorious death in battle. They were a group of noble people, and also a group of great people. The surroundings gradually quieted down. The demons' excited laughter gradually stopped, and there were heavy panting sounds coming from the surroundings. Even those berserk demons who were crazily slaughtering civilians stood still on the spot, looking at Kano, who was gradually approaching from afar with a murderous and hateful expression. Paladin. If there was something that the demons of the bottomless abyss hated the most, then there was no doubt that the paladin would always be at the forefront. One was chaos and evil. The other was lawful and kind. They were born to be in opposing camps. One represented the truest kindness and justice, while the other represented the ultimate chaos and evil. They were two extremes that could not be accommodated. Killing a paladin was an irresistible temptation to the demons, and torturing the soul of a paladin was an ultimate pleasure to them. These ordinary mortals could no longer arouse their interest. The demons let these crying and screaming civilians escape. Thousands of demons from the bottomless abyss gradually surrounded Kano. Their eyes were filled with eagerness, as if they couldn't wait to tear him apart. But none of the demons dared to make the first move, because the paladin's power was shocking them. The holy sacrifice radiance was so dazzling to the demons that even the higher-ranking demons had a trace of fear in their hearts. However, Kano was still a human after all. At this moment, most of the civilians in the surroundings had escaped. The demons surrounded Kano in the middle. As a number of people gathered, the demon's courage also increased. Finally, a berserk demon couldn't restrain the desire to kill in his heart. With a roar, he was the first to charge at Kano. Clang! A silver-white radiance appeared. The instant the berserk demon charged at him, Kano instantly dodged and swung his sword. In the next moment, the two figures intersected, and the berserk demon's body was cut in half at the waist. Kano's mottled silver armor was splattered with the demon's filthy blood. Sacrifice! The conviction of certain death and the power of burning life allowed Kano's strength to rise above legend. At least, before his life was exhausted, he should have been one of the most powerful paladins in the material plane. Blood spread. This pungent smell of blood did not make the surrounding demons feel fear. Instead, it completely aroused the chaos and madness in their hearts. Amidst a series of roars, another 3 berserk demons charged over. Balor's figure appeared. He seemed to have also discovered this interesting enemy who overestimated himself. However, being smart and cunning, he did not intend to attack at this moment because he was well aware of the Saint Samurai's lethality against demons. There was no need for a group of demons to exhaust his strength. It would be very dangerous to deal with this paladin. Silver cross slash. A silver-white cross appeared. It was different from the swordsmanship that Soren had used. What Kano used was the real silver cross swordsmanship. It was a set of practical swordsmanship created by the craziest group of paladins during their expedition to the bottomless abyss. Paladins were paranoid. In that glorious era, the Akong Sky tribe in the upper plane had launched a crusade against the lower plane. Millions of Akong angels launched an attack on the bottomless abyss. Paladins from material plane also participated in the battle. This was an extremely tragic battle. Even true gods fell in it and could never be resurrected. Silver Cross swordsmanship originally came from this era. To some extent, the birth of White Raven swordsmanship was also related to it. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the 3 berserk demons fell, and the surrounding demons could not help but hold their breath. Go, tear him apart. The legendary Balor appeared at the right time. As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding demons suddenly seemed to be encouraged. At once, 7 or 8 middle-grade demons rushed over. Light appeared. Kanawa's expression was tranquil as he went up to meet them. Following the collapse of corpses one after another, his figure also suddenly paused for a moment. He was injured. It was already a huge disadvantage for a melee profession to fight against a large number of enemies. Not to mention that he was fighting against an extraordinary demon. There was an additional wound on his abdomen, and a crack had already appeared on his armor that could barely be considered a grade 1 extraordinary. He's going to die. All of you go. Kill him. With the roar of the Balor, the demons began to rush over. The space was not enough for too many demons to get close to him, but Kano now had to face at least 4 or 5 demons at the same time. More and more bodies fell on the ground. However, Kano's injuries were getting more and more serious. As a high-grade paladin, his own life potential was limited. Even if the sacrifice domain gave him the ability above legendary, this power could not last for too long. A cunning demon seized the opportunity. Just as Kano was injured and staggered, it flew over and was ready to knock down the paladin in front of it. Swoosh! A sharp arrow shot out from the darkness. Then a burly dwarf wrapped in armor rushed out with a battle axe and a heavy shield. He seemed a little scared and roared to boost his courage. He roared, "You damn demons! Come and taste your grandpa's battle axe." The figure of a wood elf appeared. Aladdin nimbly escaped into the shadows and moved forward at high speed. You! Kano found the traces of his companions. There was a touch of emotion and a touch of sadness on his calm face. He instantly killed the demon in front of him with his sword and whispered, "You shouldn't have come back. There were too many demons. Even if they all died here, it was impossible to defeat so many demons." "Huh." The halfling's laughter came, and his tone seemed quite relaxed. "We didn't come back to die. Look behind you." There was the sound of galloping horse hooves. After that, Kano saw a group of fully armed knights approaching rapidly. The leader was a lady with fluttering red hair. She took the lead and charged into the midst of the devils. As she brandished her dual blades, the devils fell one after another. This is the flag of Mordor City. Lakeside Town is the territory of the Windspear Hills. Did Mordor City secretly control the Windspear Hills? A black flag fluttered in the wind. Under the flag, hundreds of cavalry launched a charge. They were like a torrent of steel, cutting into the army of demons in an instant. Then the figures of various professions emerged. The rogues escaped into the shadows and pierced the enemy's heart with poison blades. The chanting of spells came. Kano actually saw the rare northern witches in the team. They were very few in number and were firmly protected in the center of the team while casting various spells. But all this was not the key to winning or losing. What really determined the outcome was the divine brilliance that Kano saw in the crowd. Paladins. A team of paladins in silver-white armor appeared in his line of sight. Although there were only a dozen of them, their explosive lethality was dozens of times that of the others. Judging evil was their talent. These paladins had emblems that Kano had never seen before. They did not belong to any paladin group he was familiar with. But they were all so powerful, especially the young paladin in the lead. He looked like he was only in his 20s. He held a two-handed greatsword with divine brilliance in his hand. He rushed into the sea of demons as if there was no one there. Almost no demons could stop him. "Avenger, follow me. I will lead the charge." With impassioned roars, the dozen or so paladins formed a cone formation and pierced through the thousands of demons like a sharp knife. After the paladin in the lead killed a legendary level soul judgment demon, he led his team and prepared to make another round in the demon army. Kano's figure trembled in place. He suddenly seemed to think of something, and a trace of ecstasy and disbelief appeared on his face. He murmured, "Holy Avenger, the light of justice. Holy Avenger, Casimir, one of the most powerful weapons in the world for paladins." It was also one of the most lethal weapons against evil in the entire multiverse. Kano didn't know the paladin in the lead, but he recognized the legendary Holy Avenger, so he naturally knew the identity of this group of paladins. Holy Avenger, a group of outliers among the paladins. They guarded the sacred sword, Casimir, for generations. Only when there was a major crisis in the world would this group of paladins appear. The scales of victory were tilting. If the reinforcements of Mordor City were an important bargaining chip, then the appearance of these paladins, especially the terrifying lethality of the Holy Avenger, was the sword that completely defeated the demon's courage to fight. Unstoppable. The young paladin with the Holy Avenger was unstoppable. Even the Baylor in the lead was terrified after seeing him. He did not hesitate to escape in the direction of the abyss. This divine weapon had slain countless demons, and even the evil gods had fallen under its sharp blade. With the Holy Avenger in hand, I will cut down the demon lord for you to see. If a secondary Baylor like him was cut down, it would probably be a matter of a few slashes. P.S. Search for Buddha, and you can follow my WeChat account. Everyone, follow me. Chapter 782. Victory. When the demon army retreated like a tide and rushed frantically to the abyss gate, a burst of cheers of victory finally sounded. The reinforcement from Mordor City began to clean up the battlefield in silence. As the first group of people to come into contact with the demons, such a victory was nothing to them. This was the second abyss portal opened in the Windspear Hills. As a vast plain, the Windspear Hills had an area close to a province. Such an area in the second wave of the Avatar crisis meant that they might be attacked by more than one wave of demons. In order to deal with the second impact, Soren had prepared a lot. There was no problem with the defense of Mordor City, but the Wind Spear Hills needed more support. He not only sent troops, but also asked for help from the Holy Avengers who owed him a favor. The Northern Witch Council also provided help. Because the Witch Council had a huge magic lock, this should be the easiest to deal with the second wave of attacks. They could kill a group of demons directly in the sky. After all, the Eye of the North was a high-grade legendary, which you could cast Meteorite. If the demon army appeared, a meteorite spell would kill them all. As for other places, there was no way. Everyone could only pray for themselves. The second wave of the Avatar crisis was originally everywhere. Soren remembered that at least 20 cities were destroyed at that time. Although he had interfered, the loss was estimated to be quite tragic. The warriors from Mordor City began to gather. The town had been destroyed, and it would take time to rebuild it. The displaced civilians needed to be settled elsewhere. However, the most important thing for them was to go to the next location. The Northern Witch Council was monitoring the energy fluctuations everywhere. The opening of the Abyss Gate was accompanied by a violent vision. If they were well prepared, they could predict the approximate location in advance. After all, the Witch Council had many witches who were proficient in prophecy spells. Their abilities were of great use. "Let's go." The Wood Elf came to Kano, who was covered in blood, patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Fortunately, the army of Mordor City supported us quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have, ta-da. Heavy footsteps were heard. The bloody battle had made Kano very tired. The power of sacrifice was his own life. His face at the moment seemed to be a little older. A young Saint Samurai came before him. "Sacrifice." The young paladin let out a sigh, then reached out to Kano and said, "You should know who I am. With your current strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to control the power of sacrifice. You'd better come back with me to see the warden, or your life will soon come to an end." Sacrifice meant death. This was one of the most powerful domains of the paladins, but the price to pay was also the heaviest. Kano activated the sacrifice domain, but he was not a true legendary paladin after all. If this power did not guide him, he would soon die, and everything would end when the light of life was exhausted. It seemed that Saint Samurai didn't need to do much with each other. This was because they had chosen this path because of certain lofty beliefs. They were the outliers among the crowd, even though they represented justice and kindness. Kano slowly stood up and then nodded silently. He didn't want to die. No one wanted to die so easily. In the face of tens of thousands of devils, he chose to sacrifice himself for righteousness and chose the path of sacrifice. But it didn't mean that he was willing to die with regrets. Holy Avenger, the most special group of people among the paladins. Kano hoped to understand this group of people, and he hoped to find a way forward from them in the future. Adele Isabella's figure appeared. As the Lady of the Wind Spear Hills, she still needed to settle these displaced civilians. The spoils of war on the devils were handled by the quartermaster. After patrolling the battlefield, she quickly rushed over and said, "It will take some time for the gates of the abyss to close. The Witch Council has detected the third gap. We better leave now." Although the gap led to the bottomless abyss, but it was not connected to the same abyss, so the opening time of each gate of the abyss was not the same, which gave them a buffer opportunity. At the same time, in the distant Frost Kingdom, the army of Arendelle was also urgently gathering. Princess Anna sat in the palace and mobilized the army of the entire kingdom. The second wave of the devil's attack affected many places. Some towns had been completely destroyed. Even the Princess Royal couldn't do anything because the area of Arendelle was too large. But fortunately, Arendelle's reaction speed was also extremely fast. The next day, after discovering the invasion of the devils, they had already begun to seal off the surrounding areas. Then the Princess Royal took action to kill the legendary devils, and the army quickly advanced and wiped out the devils that had spread to the material plane. Now that the three largest gates of the abyss in Arendelle had been closed and sealed, The ice witches were cleaning up the other fish that had fallen into the net. According to this progress, Arendelle could solve the second wave of devils in a week at most. The north. The atmosphere in the witch tower was also solemn. The high-grade witches and above sat on the seats of the council, and the Eye of the North was in charge of operating the entire magic lock. Different from other places, as an organization that had mastered part of the cutting-edge technology of the Arcane Empire, the Witch Council opened a large number of portals in their own territory. At this moment, the conference room was filled with tense and serious reports. Abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected near Ice River City. It is suspected that a gate of the abyss has been opened, which Kadisna has brought people to check it out. Portal number 36 has been activated. Devil Army has appeared near the Wisdom Tower, activating the permanent portal inside the Wisdom Tower. The magic lock has been activated. Steel golems are being transferred. High-grade witch by Lena. High-grade witch card Didi. Arcane Star witches in position. Teleportation activated. Golems have been teleported. Diamond golems are being teleported. Target number 13 has detected intense energy fluctuations. It is suspected that the incarnation of a secondary devil lord has appeared. Night Star Tower activated. High-grade witch Para in position. Magic lock conversion. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon in preparation. Activating charging. Current charging progress 10%, 20%, 30%, and battle has erupted in the Autumn Plains. Clay Golem Army in position. Golem Army in position. Steel Golem Army in position. Diamond Golem teleportation complete. The magic lock has been activated. Sun Flame ready. Chain Lightning ready. Orders sounded one after another, some from the high-grade witches, some from the Thallin Council. The Witch Council's thousands of years of accumulation finally erupted at this moment. In the face of the second wave of the Devil Army, they entered a state of full readiness at an astonishing speed and quickly completed the teleportation of many golems. The entire power of the Northern Witches was composed of wizard towers. These wizard towers formed the magic lock controlled by the Northern Witch Council and also formed a huge internal teleportation network. In the face of the devil attacks that were far more powerful than in other places, the Witch Council successfully defeated wave after wave of devils with amazing combat power. Even an attack by the Devil Legion's elites was repelled by them. History had changed. Soren may not have done much, but he did do something that had an amazing impact on history. That was, he saved the goddess of magic. So far, the goddess of magic was still alive and did not die according to the original history. And this was the most powerful combat power of the material plane. Those spellcasters did not lose their ability to cast spells because of the collapse of the magic net. Arendelle's ice witches were still there. The combat power of the Northern Witch Council was perfectly preserved, and the magic lock was not damaged by the collapse of the magic net. The same was true for the Wizard City. The Arcane Guards defeated the Devil attack in the first place, and the Wizard City also provided support to the nearby cities, sweeping away a large number of Devil teleportation portals in one breath. This was the biggest change. As long as the Goddess of Magic was still alive, as long as the magic net had not collapsed, then, even in the face of the attack from the lower planes, the material plane still had the power to fight. If there was no magic net, then the Witch Council would be directly abolished. The same was true for the Wizard City. The spellcasters who could retain their combat power were probably less than 1%. In the face of the surging Devil Army, these wizards who had lost their ability to cast spells were simply lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Everything was a one-sided massacre, but now it was completely different from what Soren remembered. The spellcasters who had combat power gave the invading devils, and demons a fierce counterattack. Although there were still many places that suffered huge losses, as the most powerful forces in the material plane, these forces did not suffer too much damage. Misty Forest. According to the original history, this forest was occupied by the devils in the second wave of attack. They polluted and corrupted the forest, then slaughtered the beautiful dryads, used their pure souls to strengthen themselves, or transformed into evil high-grade succubus. But, although the flames of war were raging here, the ancient trees that had been sleeping had awakened one after another. The golden oak trees had transformed into giant trance that stood over 10 meters tall. With unparalleled strength, they repelled wave after wave of attacks from the demon army. The figures of high-grade dryads appeared one after another. Originally, they were too weak to resist the joint attack of the secondary devil lords, but now their enemies were facing nearly double digits of legendary dryads. And almost all of these dryads had mastered the plant domain. The essence from Soren strengthened the abilities of these high-grade dryads. Many of them had advanced to the legendary realm, and many of them had mastered the power of the plant domain. The power of Father Oak purified the misty forest. The sleeping dryads had awakened, and the decaying deadwood guards had been reborn. When the power of the dryads and dryads combined, even a main devil army from the bottomless abyss could not shake this forest at all. The torrent of history began to turn. The second wave of the Avatar crisis did not bring an unbearable destructive disaster to the material plane. P.S. There is one more update. Please pay attention to Fudu's public account. Chapter 783. The Outer Islands, the City of Mordor. The fiery red clouds in the sky gradually subsided, and the power from the scorching hell was fading. Even the demons could not change the weather for a long time. The fire rained from the sky was completely with the help of the plane of the scorching hell. If it was cast by magic, it would be a god-level ability. The energy shield of the city of Mordor blocked most of the fireballs. Only the things outside the city were lost. Even the port of Mordor was not affected much, because at the same time as the fire rain fell from the sky, a protective shield rose from the Temple of the Sea and the Temple of Wealth. The city of Mordor was now the center of the Outer Islands. The floating population here was already very large. For the goddess of wealth, this was her largest source of faith in the material plane. For the goddess of sea, this was an opportunity for her to open her faith in humans. The number of her believers in the city of Mordor was not small. Most of the fishermen and sailors were her believers. Soren's clergy did not conflict with the two goddesses. According to the inclination of mortals, the three had their own range of believers. The two goddesses took action to resolve the crisis of the port of Mordor. As the fire rain stopped, the next battle was much easier. They only needed to defeat the invading demons. Most of the demons in the scorching hell were Yugros. As the base camp of the demons in the lower plane, the invasion force from this plane was far less than the Abyss and the Bator Inferno. There were hundreds of layers in the Abyss, and the Bator Inferno also had 9 layers. The Scorching Hell only had 1 layer. As long as the loss slightly exceeded their gain, then the demons would give up on this place as a target. This was a wave of attack. As long as they were beaten badly, the Scorching Hell would not be able to invade here from now on. This was a good thing. At this time, above the Temple of Mordor, the figure of the High Priest had been shrouded in the light of divinity. She had divinity given by Soren and could also mobilize the divine power of Soren. In terms of combat power, she was actually the strongest in Mordor except for Soren. Psionic field, along with the spread of psionic energy, the High Priest's energy field expanded, at the same time establishing a very large spiritual connection. When the Queen of Spiders was killed, the High Priest was a very important force. Her ability was very unique. Even without taking into account her combat ability, just the effect of her psionic energy was already difficult to estimate. The First Legion will need another 1.5 hours to reach the battlefield. The main force of the invasion is the Yugros. Discovered a mutated flaming demon. It should be a variant of the Infernal Inferno. Wyvern Knights have arrived at the battlefield. Shadow Dragon has arrived. The Third Legion guarding the Demon Valley is on its way. About 15 minutes later, they arrived at the battlefield. Saruman has arrived via teleportation. We are currently setting up the protective barrier. The mutated man-eating plants had successfully blocked the demon's first wave of attacks. The High Priest was now a massive information exchange center. She connected a large amount of information to Gloria and the Fallen, which through telepathy, and the two legendary witches continued to issue orders, mobilizing manpower and material resources to reinforce the enemy. At the same time, in a wide plain, groups of demons also appeared in front of them. Facing them head-on was the 3rd Reserve Militia of Mordor City. Fortunately, a small number of soldiers from the 6th Legion were replaced. The former were newly trained newbies, but the latter were veterans who had experienced the Battle of the Pirate King and the crusade against the indigenous people. These veterans were basically warriors with a profession level of 5 or above. It was obviously impossible to stop the invasion of demons by relying on these people. So the support of Mordor City was the most important. The first to arrive was the Wyvern Knights. The Wyverns' flying speed was quite fast, and their departure time was the best. They arrived at the battlefield in the first place. Then there was the Shadow Dragon, subdued by the High Priest. The pressure of an adult dragon successfully deterred the demons from the infernal inferno, making them a little hesitant. A city that could control dragons was obviously not so easy to deal with. Then Saruman had arrived by teleportation. Since the incident of divinity, Saruman's mastery of plants had become more refined. As he scattered the seeds into the earth, he quickly used special fertilizers as casting props to cast a very strange spell. Then a huge wall of vines formed in front of him. These vines were all activated blood-sucking vines with thorns. They were one of the most dangerous mutated plants in the Outer Islands. Even high-grade professions could be killed by them. The demons hesitated for a moment, but then they launched a crazy attack. At this time, Mordor City could not retreat because the support would arrive soon. If the demons were allowed to go on a rampage, who knew how many innocent people would die in their hands? These demons were here to kill. They came for souls. The quality of the souls of humans in the material plane was good, at least much better than the souls of goblins and kobolds. The souls of goblins and kobolds were the most abundant, and they were the mainstream souls of the dretches in the bottomless abyss. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. In the face of the crazy attacks of the demons, the army of Mordor City stood in front of them without fear because they believed that the reinforcements of the main city would arrive soon. The soldiers of Mordor City fell one after another. The number of demons was also gradually decreasing, but no one retreated from beginning to end. Their sense of belonging and identity to Mordor City was supporting them to continue fighting because this battle was a war to protect their homeland for them. Yes, defend their home. Mordor City was their home. There were their relatives, their friends, and their wealth and status. The situation is critical. Start the backup plan. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to hold on until the reinforcements arrive. The voice of the High Priest sounded in his mind. The outcome of a high-intensity war could not be decided by one or two legendary professions. The two witches could affect the balance of the battle, but they could not decide the outcome of the battle. Gloria's reply was also very fast. She immediately said, "Agreed. Start the backup plan immediately. The manpower of Mordor City is very precious at present. We can't let the soldiers sacrifice too much. Mother, establish the space waymark. Start the energy of the elemental furnace. High Priest, please lock the location of the space waymark. I'll open a temporary portal." The cold mechanical voice sounded. This was the Thaling test body number 1, made by Gloria. The short-distance teleportation strike plan is activated. The cross-space strike plan is activated. Begin to assemble the Golem army. Understood. The space waymark is established. The lock is complete. The portal is established. Golems assemble. Begin the teleportation. Steel golems assemble. Begin the teleportation. Diamond golems ready. Begin the teleportation. The mechanical voice of the Thaling test body number 1 sounded. Immediately, In a flattened, mountainous area and near the battlefield, a portal suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, stone golems walked out of it, followed by steel golems, followed by diamond golems with legendary level strength. There were about 300 of these golems. They gathered together in silence, and then in the tremor of the earth, they rushed to the demon army in front of them. The power of Mordor's city began to show now. While Sauron was constantly accumulating strength, Gloria and Fallen, which were also accumulating strength. Sauron's move was not only for the planning of the island, but also for the future strategic layout. All the flattened mountains here were nodes of the ley lines, which could be transformed into the space waymark of the teleportation circle at any time. P.S. Third update. Please pay attention to Fu2's public WeChat account. Thank you. Chapter 784. The city of Mordor had flattened 27 mountains so far. These mountains were all the nodes of the land veins. Outsiders were a little confused about Sauron's actions, and they could not understand why these mountains were flattened there. But the higher-ups of Mordor knew that there were more amazing secrets under these flattened mountains. Under these flattened mountains, the Church of Mordor had been secretly preparing something. The most important thing for Sauron in the Avatar Crisis was defense. As long as the Avatar Crisis was over, he could return to his kingdom. At that time, there would not be many things in the entire multiverse that could threaten him. All the flattened mountains could be transformed into space beacons. Gloria had cultivated her own team within the Witch Council, and the portal could use the power of the elemental furnace. This was tantamount to temporarily replacing the powerful magic lock owned by the Witch Council. When the planning of the entire city of Mordor was completed, Gloria could open the portal to all places on the island of Mordor, and the golem puppets that were currently being prepared could also reach the battlefield as soon as possible. Of course, this was just a simple beginning. Sauron's ultimate goal was to complete the interdimensional teleportation strike plan and the interdimensional teleportation strike plan. Think about it. If there was a huge amount of energy as support, the city of Mordor could open the portal after obtaining a stable transmission beacon and then directly drop a large group of diamond golems. At that time, even the Church of God would find it difficult to compete with him, right? The Arcane Empire relied on this super powerful support ability to conquer the Abyss and other lower planes. The floating city, as the central command system, directly relied on the portal to send the huge golem puppets to the battlefield when the war broke out. The golem factory provided a steady stream of troops, and the lower planes provided enough soul crystals for the floating city. The entire floating city was a huge war machine after it was started. If it weren't for such a foundation, the great Arcanists would not dare to challenge the gods who had the backing of the kingdom of God. Of course, but all of this required money. Some things could not be done with money, but with enough resources. This was also why the Arcanists were obsessed with exploring the sea of the astral world, because the resources of the material plane could not support such a huge consumption. During the Arcane Empire, the lowest level standard for the War of Gods was the Diamond Golem. These were all war machines forged from diamonds. The Arcane Golems and Arcane Guards required even more resources. As for the mana engines, they consumed even more energy and materials. When the time comes, other than discovering the resources of the astral plane and plundering other planes, there was almost no other way to gather so many materials. Of course, divine kingdoms were similar in this regard. Currently, less than 1/5 of the Queen of Spider's God Kingdom was created by herself. The other spaces and resources were all split and devoured by the Abyss, or merged with the god kingdoms of other gods who had been killed. Purely relying on divine power could only be done at the beginning. Otherwise, it would require a huge amount of divine power to fill the hole. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Due to the visit of legendary Golem Master Alice, Gloria had upgraded the intelligence of her Thaling experiment body number 1. It was now moving toward a true Thaling in all aspects, and its own abilities had also been greatly improved. It was now responsible for the central dispatch of the entire battlefield. The Steel Golem army has arrived. Diamond golems have arrived at the battlefield. Mana transmission, activating the ability defense in attack. Activating the battle command. Destroy all the demons. The golem army has entered the battle state. A red light appeared. All the golems that had been teleported to the battlefield received the battle command. At the same time, they activated the ability they were given and launched an attack on the demons from the scorching hell in front of them. Defense and attack. This was not a very powerful ability. However, this was a combat specialty that was very easy for the golems to master. Their own attributes were quite amazing. Even after a simple modification, the golems still had more than 25 points of strength, and when combined with a simple specialty ability, their combat power would skyrocket. The golems did not feel pain, and injuries would not affect their fighting. Before they were completely destroyed, these golems could fight until they were scrapped. The only drawback was that it was too expensive. Even a golem cost thousands of kindler, and this was the cost price. If it was bought from the Witch Council or the Wizard City, then an ordinary golem would cost nearly 5,000 kindler. Soren's golem army cost more than 3 million kindler. This was simply throwing money at them. But in the current situation, this was the only way. After all, what the outer islands lacked the most was population. The combat power of the militia had not been trained yet, so it was not worth it to completely consume it here. As long as the population was still there, Soren could continue to generate wealth. Moreover, he had the treasure island as a backing. If this island was fully mined, he would probably be able to get about 30 million kindler. If the mining technology was not limited by the era, Soren should be very rich now. At present, Mordor City had tens of thousands of kindler's mineral income every month. A dragon's breath fell from the sky. The pressure of a dragon was also a big burden for the demons. Pure-blooded dragons were always at the top of the pyramid of the multiverse. The pressure from the dragons made the attacks of the demons less fierce. The Wyvern Knights also launched an attack. Although they were few in number, wyverns themselves were dangerous dragon subspecies. There was almost no pressure for them to fight a middle-grade demon alone. Together with the Drow warriors, their combat power was even more amazing. All the Drow warriors selected as knights were high-grade professions. Not only did they have amazing combat power, but most of them were at the level of archers. They had all received the inheritance of the petrified lizard knights in the Underdark. In this respect, they were much stronger than other humans. The situation is stable. The high priest's voice sounded, and he slowly said, "It should be able to last until the reinforcements arrive. But you'd better join the battle. There seem to be some enemies among the demons that are not easy to deal with." Gloria's voice quickly sounded. "Understood. I'll teleport over now. I'll be right there." Fallen Witch's voice also sounded. The radiance of teleportation appeared. Accompanied by the light of greater teleportation, Gloria and Fallen Witch appeared in the sky above the battlefield at the same time. Fallen Witch was still dressed as before, but there were 72 golden tarot cards hovering around Gloria's body. Different from the previous battle, the number of dark golden tarot cards in front of Gloria increased to 9. These 9 dark golden tarot cards were the King, Queen, Champion Knight, Minister, Stars, and so on. Gloria also inherited some knowledge from the Arcane Empire. These 72 tarot cards were the combat version of the Arcane card. Their function was similar to magic scrolls, but they were stored on the card. As for the dark gold cards, they were at least 8 circle spells, and a few of them could even cast legendary spells. War chess game. Arcane cards. Cards of fate. Cards of many things. These things that looked like toys were actually one of the combat props studied during the period of the Arcane Empire. The powerful arcanists had already jumped out of the limitations of magic scrolls and staffs. As long as they wanted to, they could use other methods to create magic devices with even more amazing effects, compared to the magic scrolls with low effects. Gloria's 72 tarot cards were even more amazing. She almost didn't need to use her spell slots in low-intensity battles. And these tarot cards only temporarily lost their magic power after use. She only needed to go back and recharge them. All the tarot cards were a whole, which was equivalent to refining 72 reusable magic scrolls into a powerful magic device. If it wasn't for the fact that Gloria was still unable to complete the legendary Cards of Fate, perhaps the power of this set of tarot cards would be comparable to the famous artifacts of the material plane. The mystery of fate was unknown. So far, the two witches had not been able to solve the mystery of the Card of Fate. And this Card of Fate was originally from the work of a top prophecy great arcanist during the Arcane Empire. Even the gods could not see through the mystery of it. Meteor burst, sunburst. The two legendary witches cast spells at the same time, directly sending the demons from the scorched hell into the abyss of failure. A series of spells emerged, and the large-scale lethal spells brought a devastating blow to the demons. At this time, there was also a sound of rapid, marching footsteps in the distance. The Third Legion of Mordor, near the Demon Valley, had arrived at the battlefield. These were not newly trained militia reserves. They were all veterans who had experienced the battles of the Pirate King and the indigenous people. Although the number of wars had decreased after Sauron unified the overseas, the surviving veterans did not disband. They were still the most powerful army overseas. Even, to some extent, they were also the top human army in the material plane. These veterans who had been honed in the flames of war had experienced no less battles than the demons of the abyss. The demons had begun to retreat. The voice of the high priest sounded, and he said, "There is a legendary Yugoloth demon 1,500 meters to the northwest. Let him stay. His soul crystal is very important to our next plan." The lower planes attacked the material plane for souls. But at the same time, their souls after their interplanar invasion were also very important wealth for the spellcasters of the material plane. The lower planes had the most soul crystals in the multiverse, and it was also the easiest place to form soul crystals. They came to plunder to harvest souls. But if they failed and died, the characteristics of the creatures of the lower planes were also very easy to produce soul crystals after death. Golem puppets. One of the most important props in their production was soul crystals. Otherwise, the spellcasters had to reduce their own strength to give them intelligence. The more powerful the golem puppet, the more high-grade soul crystals it needed. Now these high-grade demons who invaded Mordor had all become the prey of the two legendary witches. P.S. Please follow Futa's public WeChat account. Thank you. Chapter 785. The collapse of the demons had become an unstoppable torrent. Most of the demons from the lower planes were profit-seeking fellows, especially the two kinds of demons, Yugros and Night Witches, who cared most about their own interests. Now that they had attacked the city of Mordor, not only did they not get enough benefits to harvest the souls of those mortals, but they also suffered heavy losses, and many of their companions had been killed. In this case, they had no will to fight at all. Demons could never be as powerful as demons and devils. Some demons had their foundation destroyed, and it would take many years to recover. They had decided to give up here. Even if they still intended to attack the material plane, there were probably not many who would be willing to invade the island of Mordor. The demons have retreated. Should we block the portal and catch them all? The fallen witch's expression seemed to be eager to try, because after the demons entered the material plane, if they were killed, they might directly drop soul crystals. This was the characteristic of the creatures in the lower planes. Their bodies were originally generated by the distortion of souls. These soul crystals were of great use to the fallen, which, especially recently, she planned to further study the important component of the floating city, the arcane puppet. It was an even more powerful golem puppet that could even cast spells. Other golem puppets, whether they were stone golems, iron golems, or diamond golems, had strong melee abilities. But the arcane puppet was not the same as these golems. They not only had strong melee abilities, but they could also cast some spells, which required even more soul crystals. As for the Thowling puppet and the mana power device, the production conditions were higher than these two. Let them go. If we forcibly close the portal, these demons will probably fight with us to the death, and then the loss will be even greater. The high priest's soft voice sounded and slowly said, "I can feel that the space barrier is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid there will be more challenges to face in the future. It's more important to preserve our strength for now." On the other side, Gloria was playing with a fiery red soul crystal in her hand, which came from a legendary level demon. The scorching hell seemed to be a little different, and the energy of the soul crystal was full of burning breath. Perhaps Soren would be interested in it. The scattered evil devils finally escaped back to the interior of the scorched inferno after losing nearly half of their numbers. The battlefield was littered with evil devil corpses. The witches were busy collecting the spoils of war. Mortals could not tell what was the most valuable thing on the demons. The soul crystals needed to be collected together. In the future, the golem army of Mordor City would have to rely on these soul crystals to make. As for the other items, they had to be collected as well. When the time came, they would also have to reward those who fought bravely. The crisis this time was finally over. Although Soren didn't do anything, and he didn't even come back himself, Mordor City, which had been running for a long time, still survived the crisis on its own. The city was no longer Soren's burden. It was now his most important asset. I'll leave the rest to you. The power stored in the shrine has been severely depleted. I must organize a large-scale prayer ceremony as soon as possible to restore the shrine's power. Without the support of the Divine Kingdom, the temple consumed a lot of energy every time it was activated. The high priest now had to continuously preside over large-scale believers' prayer ceremonies in order to collect the power of faith and make up for the huge amount of power that the temple had just consumed. At the same time, in the direction of the distant fog forest, a great battle gradually came to an end. The secondary demon lords from the 27th floor and the 39th floor of the Abyss, after leading an army to attack the fog forest for nearly a day without any results, they finally couldn't bear such a huge loss and began to gradually withdraw from the fog forest. Compared to the remote outer islands, the attack on the mainland was more serious because this time there were many demon lords' avatars in many places. Some were famous demon lords, and some were weaker secondary demon lords. Many of their armies had participated in the Abyss Blood War, so their strength was naturally quite powerful. The edge of the fog forest was already full of demon corpses. Compared to the evil devils that invaded Mordor City, the number of demons here had reached more than tens of thousands. But even so, they couldn't shake the fog forest at all, because what stood in front of them were rows of ancient war trees that had awakened from their slumber. Treants, the children of the oak tree's father. They were awakened by Soren's ritual after sleeping for thousands of years. The ancient war trees, wisdom trees, golden oaks, and ancient treants were like a solid wall, blocking any demons that tried to attack the fog forest. The figures of tree spirits, flower spirits, and water spirits also appeared. These incarnations of nature's spirituality healed the wounds of the ancient trees with spells. The water spirits extinguished the fire that was ignited in the fog forest, and the tree spirits urged animals and plants to form a barrier. As for the little flower spirits, they were responsible for cheering. Awkward sister. A beautiful tree spirit in a light green dress came to the center of the forest and said to the woman on the altar, "The demon army has retreated. It seems that they have given up on attacking." Kalina's figure was shrouded in an emerald green light. Hearing this, a trace of joy appeared on her tired face, and she murmured, "Finally, they were defeated. This time, thanks to Soren for helping us to hold the ritual successfully. Otherwise," Wang Yao said, "without the divine power of the oak tree's father and these awakened ancient trees, I'm afraid that the fog forest would have turned into a piece of scorched earth. My sisters wouldn't have been able to escape from the demon's clutches. They were tree spirits. They were the beloved children of nature, and their souls were very rare treasures to the demons. Although they were born with the ability to cast spells, they were also limited by their own bodies. That was that they couldn't leave the ancient trees that they resided in for too long. In other words, they couldn't escape from the demon's attack. If they couldn't defend the fog forest, then the demons could just destroy the ancient trees that they resided in to kill them. Then, the souls of these tree spirits would be harvested by the demon lord and turned into his own power or a high-grade succubus. This was definitely not what they wanted. Yes, the beautiful tree spirit nodded in agreement. Then she stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, as if she was missing something. I don't know when he'll come back. I really miss his smell. That wonderful life essence. Speaking of this, the beautiful tree spirit's face was slightly red, and she whispered, Sister, we gave him that bracelet, but he doesn't seem to use it much. He has only used it once so far, and he even summoned Big Sister over. Should we suggest that he use it a few more times next time? The sisters have injected their own power into this bracelet. We can get replenishment from the ancient trees that we reside in, so we don't have to worry about using up the energy in it. It doesn't matter if he uses it once a day. Karina's pretty face was also slightly red, and then she whispered, Let's talk to him again next time. For now, let's repair the damage of the forest. The demons have destroyed a lot of trees. We need the help of the tree shepherds to restore the vitality of this forest. The second wave of the Avatar crisis was about to end. Some places had successfully survived this crisis, such as the city of Moder, Arendelle, the Windspear Hills, the Misty Forest, the City of Wizards, and so on. However, some places were still caught in a continuous war. North of Autumnfall, this land across the Agate River was now riddled with holes. Burned villages and camps could be seen everywhere on the plain. The cultivated farmland had been destroyed beyond recognition. The corpses of half-orc warriors and demons were mixed among them. Blood stained the land red, and everything in front of them was so bleak and tragic. An old figure stood on the ground. Eugene was surrounded by countless demon corpses, and there were even many high-grade demons among them. There was even a secondary demon lord from the 127th floor of the abyss that was killed by him, but there was no joy of victory on Eugene's face. There was only sadness on his face. Even this old half-orc, who was fearless even in the face of an ancient dragon, suddenly burst into tears at this moment. He knelt on the dark red land. He let out a roar full of depression and unwillingness. That sound seemed to reach the depths of his soul, and anyone who heard it could not help but feel a trace of sympathy. The half-orcs were done for. It was not easy to pay a painful price to win a piece of land from the hands of the half-elves, and the losses they had suffered were already quite huge. Eugene originally planned to lead the clan to recuperate. As long as they were given 10 years, the power of the half-orcs would grow again. But now everything was over. The second wave of the demons directly dragged the half-orc clan into the abyss of destruction. The two wars had consumed the adult warriors within the clan. Although Eugene led the half-orcs to defeat the demon army with his powerful personal ability, now the adult warriors within the clan were less than 1/3 of the past. The rest were all old, weak, women, and children. They even lost the ability to defend this land. Dead. All dead. Although these half-orc warriors were evil executioners in the eyes of the half-elves, in the face of the demon army, they were warriors who fought to protect their homeland. Their simple minds were full of muscles, but this did not affect them from fighting to the last drop of blood to protect their homeland. The wolf cavalry was wiped out. The Dark Blade and the demon warlock perished together. As the most elite and most powerful seed of the half-orc clan, the half-orc sword saint led his disciples to cover Eugene's surprise attack on the secondary demon lord. He waved his sword with his bare chest and faced a powerful Baylor leader head-on. The Orc Blade Master, who originally had unlimited hope, fell. At the moment of his death, he sacrificed his life to kill a high-grade Baylor. Everything was over. The seed of the half-orc's rise was consumed in this tragic battle. Eugene slowly stood up. His face looked older and older. There was no doubt that this was a worthy opponent. He did not lose to Soren, nor did he lose to the demon army. He just lost to fate. Because even if he was Ascendant Eugene, he could not stop the torrent of history of the Avatar crisis. P.S. Follow Futu's public account on WeChat to give more support. Chapter 786. The orcs were finished. As early as when they attacked the Autumn Leaf Plain, the orcs had suffered a lot of casualties, especially in the battle of besieging the Autumnfall city. Soren not only descended, but also used the Dragon Covenant to summon the ancient brass dragon. This time, the orcs lost more warriors. The ancient brass dragon directly used dragon breath to plow back and forth on the battlefield several times. There were thousands of people who died on the spot. Later, when they went back to count the casualties, the orcs lost nearly 6,000 adult warriors in the siege. Although this number of casualties was not small, it was still within the acceptable range of a race. The population of the orcs was as many as hundreds of thousands. The half-elves in Autumnfall City were about 200,000 to 250,000, and the orcs were slightly larger, estimated to reach more than 300,000. Excluding the old, weak, women and children, the ratio of those who could pick up weapons was about 3:1. That was to say, if the orcs were all mobilized, they could make up an army of 100,000 people. 100,000 people. It sounded like a lot, but in fact, this was all the heritage of the orcs. The backward productivity of this era, as well as the form of civilization between agriculture and nomadism, led to the orcs losing too many adult warriors. Even the most basic production and farming could not be maintained. The backward civilization greatly limited the expansion of the population. The orcs' attack on the Autumn Leaf Plain itself meant to cut off all means of retreat. Paying a certain proportion of casualties was still within the acceptable range of Eugene. But all this was just the beginning. After the siege, Eugene once again led the army to meet Soren. This time, the casualties were even more amazing. The army of Mordor was not much different from the battlefield of the orcs, but under the baptism of Mordor's artillery fire, the orcs' loss was very amazing. In the two battles before and after, Eugene lost tens of thousands of people in the hands of Soren, plus the original loss. It was close to 20 or 30,000 people. This was equivalent to about 1/12 of the total orc population. And these were all adult orc warriors. If it weren't for the two losses, Eugene would not have divided the other side of the Agate River to rest and give Autumnfall City such a long time to breathe. Although these losses hurt the half-beastmen, it did not hurt their foundation. According to Eugene's original plan, he planned to occupy this land and develop agriculture. It was impossible for the orcs to have millions of people like humans and elves by just hunting. Therefore, Eugene was going to rest quietly and use the fertile land of the Autumn Leaf Plains to develop agriculture. As long as there was enough food supply, the size of the half-orcs would increase exponentially. For Eugene, as long as he rested for 10 years, the number of orcs would exceed 1 million. At that time, the tribe's army would be stronger than any human kingdom. However, the Avatar crisis had arrived. The Devil's attack directly destroyed all of Eugene's hopes. A fierce battle directly caused the half-orc clan to lose everything. Only 1/3 of the adult warriors of the half-orc clan remained. 50 to 60,000 casualties meant that almost every family in the clan had lost someone in the battle. With only 30 to 40,000 warriors left, let alone taking down Loya City, they might not even be able to defend their current land. Moreover, the half-orcs themselves were not good at farming. This attack was based on the accumulation of the past 20 years. The war had already consumed a lot of materials. Now the farmland that Eugene ordered to reclaim in the Autumn Leaf Plains was almost completely destroyed by the war, which meant that they were now forced into a desperate situation with no army and no food. Eugene's face was getting older. After returning to the clan, the first order he issued was to migrate. There was no way to defend this place. The first attack by the devil was likely to happen again. He must preserve the fire of the clan, otherwise, the half-orcs might really disappear in this world. Now the clan could only hide and lick their wounds silently to accumulate strength. As long as they could survive this crisis, then there was still hope for the rise of the half-orcs. The winter of the clan had come. Less than 30 to 40,000 adult half-orcs needed to support more than 200,000 people. Although there were many adult female half-orcs among them, they could also hunt and farm. However, The clan was afraid that it would be a huge burden to just support their children in the future. Their most elite forces had been exhausted. The half-orcs, who only had the old, weak, women and children left in the clan, could become the target of the ogres, gnolls, lizardmen, and even half-elves at any time. Now any war could drag the half-orcs into the abyss of no return. The half-orcs retreated. They paid a huge price to occupy this land. Now they left corpses all over the ground and retreated from the Agate River to the edge of the Autumn Leaf Plains. The half-orcs gave up at least 2/3 of their land. They migrated to the edge, but did not return to the original barren highlands, because Eugene could not give up the fertile farmland that was first cultivated. Only these farmlands could ensure that the half-orcs would not starve to death in the next few years. The sky was blood red. A few days after the war, the distant sky seemed to be blood red. The second wave of the Avatar crisis was about to end. Some cities had been completely destroyed, while some places were still safe and sound. Eugene received news from all sides. The news that made him very depressed was that because the half-orcs built their strongholds in the wild, in this wave of demon attacks, most of the abyssal demons who did not want to attack the city actually attacked the half-orcs, and the city of Autumnfall was only attacked by a small group of demons. Nearly 10 cities and hundreds of towns in the material plane were destroyed. This disaster did not only affect humans, but other races such as elves, dwarves, orcs, halflings, lizardmen, gnolls, and so on were also affected. The south of the elven forest turned into a sea of fire. The castle of Black Iron was turned into ruins by a Baylor leader. The Frostblade clan of the orcs was almost wiped out. The only one who suffered less loss in the whole attack was the halflings. Their lord god fell to the mortal world in advance and repelled the demon army in the form of a saint. Now, the Lord God of the halflings should be the first god to stand in the light. She had shown up, and this greater divine power goddess was in the Shire. The light of dust shone. Eugene walked tiredly in the reclaimed fields. After a few days, the pain of the clan was healing. No matter what happened, the living always had to work hard for tomorrow. Eugene was very tired during this time, although most of the clan still supported him. Because of this loss, some of the half-orcs had begun to oppose him, thinking that it was he who caused the clan to fall into the current situation. If he did not attack the half-elves, then all of this would not have happened today. Helplessness. These people were originally active in attacking Autumnfall in one breath and completely eliminating the half-elves who occupied the plains. Now, all the blame was put on Eugene. Eugene did not have any explanation for this, and he did not need any explanation. Although he was full of guilt to the clan, most of the half-orcs still respected him and regarded him as the leader of the half-orc clan. Everything had happened. For Eugene, the most important thing was how to get the clan through this difficult time, not find ways to shirk responsibility. Night fell. Eugene's old figure stood up from the field. He clapped his hands and shook off the soil in his palms. Then he walked toward his tent. It was hard for outsiders to imagine that the chief of a race would farm in person. But in fact, the development of the half-orcs from nomadism to farming in the past few decades was completely promoted by Eugene alone. Even in order to learn the farming skills of humans, it had personally learned from an experienced human farmer as a legendary profession. The farming of the entire clan was taught by him. Eugene taught them how to irrigate, how to arrange ditches, how to sow and harvest, and how to cultivate meticulously. If people did not see all this with their own eyes, it was absolutely impossible to imagine that a peerless powerhouse who could fight against the ancient dragon could teach his people how to cultivate and sow in the field like an old farmer. Eugene was different from all the half-orcs. He, who had traveled the whole continent, firmly believed that only farming could get the half-orcs out of their current predicament, and only farming could make the half-orcs as strong as humans. Attacking the half-elves was just for the land, and choosing the half-elves was only because they were the weakest. The sky was getting darker and darker. Eugene only slept for 3 hours a day, so there was still enough free time for him. He wanted to go out and patrol. However, just as Eugene was about to step out of the tent, he suddenly seemed to notice something. His figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared hundreds of meters away. The whole person rose into the air like an eagle. He reached for the spear on his back and approached a mountain in the distance. It sensed a familiar aura. That was the power of the gods. The other party did not seem to have any intention of hiding at all. It was as if he wanted to draw him out. Boom! Eugene's burly figure landed on the ground. In his sight, there was a hazy figure completely shrouded in shadows. Although the two sides had fought near autumnfall, it was not until today that Eugene really saw the other party's appearance. A young half-elf who was a little too young. In contrast, he had entered his twilight years, and even his life was about to come to an end. What are you here for? Eugene clenched his spear. He was full of fear for the strength of the person in front of him. He did not believe that he would come here without a purpose. The gods were not so bored. Facing Eugene's vigilant look, the half-elf in front of him seemed to smile and slowly said, "Cooperation." Eugene frowned when he heard this. There was a trace of doubt on his face because he felt that it was impossible for him to cooperate with the person in front of him. The half-orcs and half-elves were already blood enemies. The other party was the true god who sheltered the half-elves, and Eugene was the pillar of the half-orcs. It was already very good that the two sides did not immediately fight when they met. There was no possibility of cooperation between them. Make a long story short, Soren looked at Eugene, who was full of vigilance in front of him, and slowly said, "I am very clear about your current predicament. The situation of the half-orcs can be said to be at a dead end. But Mordor City can provide you with a batch of food and supplies. It can also prevent Autumnfall from attacking you and give you a precious time to breathe. This batch of supplies should be enough for you to support for a while. I believe that with your ability, there is no problem in protecting the clan safely through this crisis. And there's only one thing I need you to do. That is to help me kill a person. Or it should be said that it is a true god." Eugene was silent for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "Who is it?" A cold smile appeared at the corner of Sauron's mouth, and he slowly said, "Lord of Shadows." Eugene heard this, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. But before he could speak, Soren continued, "After this, I will make the decision in the name of the half-elf god to give you all the land north of the Agate River." Eugene heard this and was instantly moved. P.S. Follow Futu's public account on WeChat to give more support. Chapter 787. How strong was Eugene? This was a question worth thinking about. First of all, Eugene was a rare genius among the orcs. There was no doubt about this. In other words, Eugene was a hero from the start. His basic attributes were far superior to other orcs. It was one of the few wise ones among the half-orcs. Whether it was strength or wisdom, it had no obvious shortcomings. Then, Eugene had traveled the entire continent. It was impossible to calculate how many abilities he gained from this journey, but there was no doubt that this kind of travel made Eugene more dangerous and more powerful than other professions of the same level. Next, Eugene's profession level was around level 26 to 30. If he leveled up in the battle with the Abyss Demons, then his profession level would average around level 28. According to the challenge rating +5 of the leader template, Eugene, as the orc chieftain, could be regarded as a legendary creature close to level 33. In other words, Eugene's challenge rating might be a little higher than the ancient red dragon. The facts prove this point. Eugene had no fear when facing the ancient brass dragon. Even if the ancient brass dragon dared to come underground, Eugene would dare to fight it head-on. Finally, it wasn't the first time Soren fought with Eugene. Although Soren had always had the advantage. In fact, Soren had never fought Eugene head-on from the beginning to the end. All the battles were fought in a guerrilla style, using long attacks to win. Occasionally, he had to transform into a slaughterer to fight head-on. If he didn't transform into Slaughter, Soren would have a hard time taking a direct hit from Eugene. This was because Eugene was a war shaman. His close combat ability was more terrifying than an ordinary legendary warrior. He could also mobilize the power of the orc's ancestral soul. Therefore, Eugene's true strength could be regarded as a war shaman with a challenge rating of 27 or above. He was more dangerous than most demigods. His strength was similar to many weak gods. The facts proved this point. Eugene had no fear in the face of Soren at this time, but he maintained a vigilant expression. The only ones who could make him show a similar expression were the secondary demon lord and the ancient brass dragon that descended from fallen Leaf City. Soren was a true god now. Moreover, he was a true god with a lesser divine power. For ordinary legendary professionals, Soren could completely crush them. Eugene stood in front of him without any fear. Without enough strength, it was impossible to stand in front of him. This was also the reason why Soren had sought him out. Ascendant, Eugene, the old half-orc in front of him, should be the top native profession in the material plane. In terms of combat power, he was probably more powerful than the great chief of the orcs, challenge rating 24. In history, Eugene was able to slay gods by relying on his own strength. If there were only a few legendary professions in the entire material plane that could help Soren kill the Shadow Lord, Eugene was undoubtedly one of them. Furthermore, this fellow was the best meat shield in the material plane, capable of healing and tanking. If it weren't for the fact that Eugene was really powerful and Soren had a use for him, perhaps Soren wouldn't have contacted him at this time. After all, the half-elves and the half-orcs were now enemies. The continuous wars between the two sides had already become a blood feud. Soren was the patron of the half-elves. If he contacted Eugene at this time, it would definitely not be good news for the half-elves. As for subduing Eugene or controlling the half-orc tribe, or even cooperating on the surface, Soren almost didn't even think about it. Because if he did this, what would the half-elves who had already settled in Mordor and had their relatives and friends slaughtered by the half-orcs think? Would everyone put down their hatred and live a happy life? That would be too naive. The cooperation with Eugene could only be done in secret. The things that Soren promised could only be done in secret. Otherwise, Soren would hurt the feelings of the half-elves. As a high god, Soren sometimes had to think from the point of view of the believers. The war between the half-elves and the half-orcs had just ended. The hatred could not fade so quickly, and the two sides could not get along well in a short time. Even Soren could only use secret operations to balance all this. As long as these things were not put on the table, there would be no problem. As for after the death of the Shadow Lord, Soren would have taken over the Shadow and Row clergy at that time. At that time, the half-elf clergy might be stripped from the main clergy to the secondary clergy. Soren would have fewer things to worry about at that time. The half-elf clergy could not always be Soren's main clergy. In the future, his main clergy would definitely be concentrated on Shadow, Slaughter, and Death. Only with Shadow, as the main clergy, could Soren quickly reach the level of mid-level divine power. No one knew what Soren and Eugene talked about next, because at the beginning of the conversation, Soren used his divine power to seal all the surrounding space. About 2 days later, Eugene suddenly gave the order to seal off the forest near the village where the half-orcs were staying. Then he let many adult half-orcs wait outside. After about half an hour, a faint magic light appeared on the ground, followed by a temporary portal. Then, a number of golems and clay golems came out of the portal. These golems were carrying heavy boxes in their hands. Hundreds of golems appeared one after another. After nearly half an hour, a small mountain of materials had been piled up next to the portal. Following that, the golems returned to the portal one after another, and the pitch-black portal gradually closed. At this time, Eugene ordered the half-orcs outside to come in. As soon as they came into the forest, the half-orcs couldn't help but be surprised because they saw bags of food in front of them. All of them were high-quality grains, which were difficult to produce in the barren north. Only the south, where the climate and soil environment were better, could produce them. These grains were better than the ones in Autumnfall because they came from the south coast, which is also very conducive for human farming. In addition, there were many boxes filled with meat. All of them were filled with salted fish, and each fish was marinated. Even if they were stored for a long time, there was no need to worry about them going bad. For the half-orcs who were close to the end of the line, The materials in front of them were simply a life-saving straw. The fire of the demons burned down the village and naturally destroyed a lot of the granaries. Eugene reached out and tore open one of the grain bags. He picked up a full wheat grain with his fingers and put it in his mouth to chew. Then, like an old human farmer, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Move it all back. Let people be careful. Don't touch these grains. They're all very good seeds." The tribe still uses the previous rye as the staple food. Eugene was used to a hard life. After seeing these grains, the first thing he thought of was to use them as seeds. It was ridiculous. As one of the most powerful professions in the material plane, Eugene had never married or had children in his life, nor did he enjoy the life of an emperor and a chief. His daily food and drink were not even comparable to ordinary human merchants. Most of the time, he was no different from an ordinary half-orc. When he first took over as the chief of the half-orcs, the entire half-orc clan was in the most difficult period. With the ogres as their enemy and the frost giants eyeing them from behind, the half-orc clan was trapped in the northwest wilderness with nowhere to go. The White Calamity had almost wiped out all the cattle, sheep, and wild boars that the clan had grazed. Although Eugene led the half-orc clan to defeat the ogres with amazing fighting power, he also single-handedly solved the crisis of the Frost Giant King. But in the end, the dilemma he faced still did not have the slightest chance of turning around. That was the most painful period for Eugene. Although he desperately led the warriors of the clan to hunt in the snow, many of the half-orc clans still starved to death every day in that winter. At that time, he had the strength of a demigod, but there was still no way to save his people. Eugene was just a war shaman. No matter how strong he was, there was no way to make food out of thin air. Even if he desperately hunted and killed for half a month without sleep, he was only one person after all. With his ability, how much prey could he hunt to feed the tens of thousands of hungry people in the clan? In that extremely cold winter, tens of thousands of half-orcs starved to death. And Eugene also deeply realized that the half-orcs must gradually transform from a nomadic civilization to an agricultural civilization. It took Eugene decades to implement all of this. He defeated the ogres in the northwest wilderness and drove the frost giants to the coldest northern mountains. He swept away the threat of the gnolls and forced the lizardmen back to the swamp area. Then Eugene began to look for places to cultivate in this barren land. Little by little, he transformed the half-orcs from nomadic fishing and hunting to a semi-agricultural civilization. In the past few decades, the half-orcs had been accumulating strength because compared to humans, elves, and dwarves, the half-orcs were too weak. It was not until Eugene felt that the time was right that he launched an attack on the half-elves. It had to be said, from a bystander's point of view, Eugene was really an indisputable hero of the half-orc race. Although for the half-elves, he was just an evil executioner, a butcher, a homicidal maniac, a demon who invaded their homeland and started a war. The food was transported away bag by bag. Eugene also returned to the tribe. The sudden arrival of supplies made the entire half-orc clan excited. Eugene opened the box, took out a dried, salted fish from it, and threw it into the big pot of cooking food. After a while, Eugene reached out and scooped up a bowl of soup and tasted it. He nodded gently, and a smile finally appeared on his old face. He slowly said, "In the future, prepare food according to this quota. Let the people dig more wild vegetables and hunt more prey. When the autumn harvest comes, we don't have to worry about food." Salted fish from Mordor City. Eugene was very satisfied with this because there was a lot of meat in the food provided by Soren. These fish could provide enough nutrition for the warriors, and these salted fish were very good. All of them were real sea salt. This meant that for a long time in the future, the half-orc clan would not have to supplement salt through other means. This was only the first batch of materials provided by Mordor City. According to the conditions promised by Soren, a batch of materials would be sent in the future. Even if they succeeded in killing the Shadow Lord, Mordor City would provide them with a batch of fine weapons forged by military to deal with the future attack of the demons. Sometimes things were like this. Mordor City's warehouse was almost full because of a rich harvest. The salted fish that no one could finish was a rare and precious material for the half-orc clan. They were also the most powerful professions in the material plane. The Princess Royal of Arendelle and Eugene of the half-orc clan were two extremes. If Eugene joined the orc clan, he might be able to live a very luxurious life. But from the moment Eugene decided to carry the responsibility of the entire clan on his shoulders, he was destined to live a very difficult life. This kind of person was a hero. Even among all the races, only the half-orcs thought so. P.S. In the eyes of other races, Eugene was an ambitious war maniac, and he must be carefully guarded against. Everyone should pay attention to Fu Tu's public account. The plot will be intertwined later. If you don't pay attention to it, the plot will be a bit different. Chapter 788. On the other side, after Soren made contact with Eugene, he made an oath in the name of the gods, and Eugene made an oath in the name of the ancestors. He also began to arrange other things. The oath of the gods could not be made casually, especially when Soren belonged to the lawful camp. The ancestors of the half-orcs had more restrictions because the half-orcs had no true gods, only heroic spirits. If Eugene violated the oath, he would not be able to become a god again in his life. With this as the foundation of the oath, Soren also summoned the elemental spirits to supervise, forming a real contract with power. It was because of this that Soren could temporarily trust Eugene, and Eugene could also cooperate with Soren. Or else, no one was afraid that the other party would suddenly stab them in the back. However, whether it was Sauron or Eugene, they could be said to be heroes and ambitious figures in the material plane. Sauron was famous for being a man of his word. If he promised something, he would definitely promise it. This had long spread throughout the South Coast. The outside world even called him the Pirate Emperor. Eugene himself was also a person who kept his promises. This kind of hero would not casually go back on his words. In order to persuade Eugene to take action, Soren paid a lot of price. What he had to do now was to control Autumnfall so that the remaining half-elf army would not attack the half-orcs. Because of the second wave of the demons, the half-orcs had suffered heavy losses. Now the strength of the two sides should be about the same. The half-elf nobles had the idea of recovering the outside land and completely expelling the half-orcs. For this matter, Soren naturally also had arrangements. In fact, when he first moved the civilians of Autumnfall, the half-elf church that served him had already announced that there would be a huge disaster in the future. Only by going to the overseas city of Mordor could they avoid all this. Now, Soren's prophecy naturally came true without a doubt. The first wave of the demons' attack was very small, and people were just suspicious. However, the scale of the second wave of attacks was very large. Many races were attacked by the creatures of the lower plane. At this moment, the effect of repeating Soren's prophecy was completely different. Almost all the half-elves in Autumnfall City were suddenly enlightened. They secretly thought that what the true god said was all true. A huge disaster was coming to the material plane. This time, the devil attack was the biggest proof. Loya City avoided the siege of the demon army because of its strong walls, but this did not mean that there was no loss at all. Demonized ghouls appeared in the city. This was the servant of the demon lord of the bottomless abyss, the king of ghouls. Soren had already mentioned this threat during the second migration, but it was not until the second wave of attack from the demons. The Ghoul King finally made a move on Autumnfall. Although it didn't destroy the city, it still caused a lot of casualties, causing the residents of the city to panic. At this time, it would be difficult for the nobles to unilaterally recover their lost land. However, in order to make sure that they had no hope of doing so, Soren decided to give them a push personally. After he returned to Mordor City, he ordered the half-elven church to operate and opened a temporary portal to Autumnfall. Since the energy of the elemental furnace, Mordor City could finally open portals everywhere like the Witch Council. Soren's plan was like this: send priests back to Autumnfall and continue to preach that the disaster was not over. The attack of the demons could continue at any time. At present, The most important thing was to save their strength and find a safer place. Then, Soren asked some of the half-elves who had settled in Mordor City to go back and preach, telling others what life was like in Mordor City, how good, how rich, how full of vitality, and how new the city was. Finally, Soren took drastic measures and dug the last batch of half-elven believers who could be taken away to Mordor City. At present, the population of Autumnfall City has been greatly reduced. Soren had taken away most of the believers in the first 2 times. Now the rest were the hidden believers and pan-believers, and this time he was not even going to let go of this. Faith could be cultivated slowly. As long as these half-elves came to Mordor City, saw everything in Mordor City, and enjoyed the benefits of Mordor City, they could integrate into Mordor City little by little in their daily lives, and naturally, they could slowly cultivate into pan-believers. After a long time, pan-believers could also become more devout believers, and for Soren, it was also a labor force for Mordor City. This matter was handed over to God's chosen, Milan, and the original archbishop of the half-elven church. The former grew up in Autumnfall, and Soren also came to her and helped Autumnfall solve the crisis. Therefore, she should be the most suitable candidate. For Soren, this was also an opportunity to gain experience and cultivate fanatics. Milan was only a 16-year-old girl. Although she had Soren's gift, her strength had improved rapidly, and she was now a high-grade priest. But after all, she was still too young. This kind of person who is destined to be in charge of the half-elven church in the future must have a little more experience. After Soren's series of moves, the last trace of vitality in Autumnfall City was basically squeezed out by him. Mordor City Beach. The second impact of the Avatar crisis had ended. Without Soren's help, Mordor City was safe and sound. Although they suffered a lot of casualties in this battle, they also gained a lot of spoils from the lower plains, especially a large number of soul crystals, which was enough for the golem factory in Mordor City to operate at full power for a while. Golems were combat power and important labor force. As long as there were energy resources, they could work like the heavy mechanical engineering corps in the interstellar era. Very few people were close to this beach, because it was occupied by a fierce guy. He was the pirate leader of Mordor City, and the pirate leader who was close to legendary strength, Giant. All pirate leaders would manage an area, but Giant was the most idle one among them, because his brain wasn't very good. People had shortcomings and strengths. Giant's brain wasn't good, but he was loyal enough. In his view, as long as he faithfully carried out the orders of Sir Soren, his status would not be less than other pirate leaders, and he would even stand higher than them. It didn't matter if his brain wasn't good. Giant had strength, but he was a stubborn guy. In this way, most of Giant's affairs were handed over to his deputy, and he himself was trying to improve his strength every day. Because Soren said that he was the most likely warrior to reach the legendary realm in the near future. Giant fought countless battles in his life. The Battle of the Pirate King, the Battle of the Totem Jin, the Expedition of the Indigenous People, the Battle of the Vrykul Pirates, the Battle of the Southern Principality, the Expedition to Autumnfall City, the first demon attack, the second demon attack. Every single one of these giants had participated in the battle, and they had all survived. Except for the Battle of the Dragon Slayer. When he didn't follow Soren, he was basically in all the big and small battles. He also rose from a mid-grade warrior all the way to the quasi-legendary realm. Giant had an innate racial bonus, and his body had the blood of the Swamp Giant. Note, the Swamp Giant is a branch of the Tidal Giant. Since Sir Soren said that he was the most likely to break through the legendary realm, then Giant thought that he would definitely be able to break through, because Soren was always right. If Sir Soren said that he could break through, then he would definitely be able to break through. Therefore, Giant was desperately training himself every day, squeezing his own potential. He didn't have as many things as the other pirate leaders, so it was easier for him to focus. In contrast, the half-elf first mate hadn't had a breakthrough for a long time. At this time, the giant was swinging his weapon against the surging tidal force of the sea. His weapon was a heavy steel +3 anchor. Every time he swung it, he would break through the waves and make a loud, rumbling sound. This practice method was taught to him by Sir Soren himself. Although it was very difficult, the giant still persevered in it. Because Sir Soren said that this was a very powerful exercise method. If he could succeed, his future combat power would be very amazing. Then, the upright giant practiced against the tides of the sea every day, swinging tens of thousands of times a day. If it wasn't for the giant's blood, he would have collapsed long ago. Because the tidal force of the city of Mordor was very powerful, ordinary warriors might not even be able to stand under the tides, let alone swinging the waves. The giant's weapon weighed more than 800 pounds, which was more than 700 pounds. He was the only one in the city of Mordor who could swing such a heavy anchor. As for swinging the waves tens of thousands of times a day, I'm afraid it was simply unimaginable in the eyes of others. A few months passed. At the end of the second impact, the giant suddenly felt that his blood was restless. When he swung his arms against the tide, there was a surge of power all over his body. His heart was galloping, and the power of his blood seemed to be awakened. He was already very familiar with every surge of the tide. It was as if his spirit had integrated into the tide, and his movements were also integrated into some kind of wonderful law. The power of the sea seemed to be integrated into it. In an instant, as if he had broken through a critical point, Giant's body made a crackling sound, and then his body grew a lot taller. When he swung the ship towards the waves, boom! As if it had exploded, the huge tide in front of him was directly split into two halves by him. At the same time, on the route of the giant's swing, another wave was strangely formed. It pushed forward for hundreds of meters before gradually dissipating. Success. Breakthrough. At this moment, Giant felt that there was endless energy in his body. He felt that everything in front of him was different. A door to a new world had opened to him. He had finally advanced into the legendary realm. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Chapter 789. Roar. A roar instantly spread throughout the city of Mordor. Both Gloria and the high priest were alarmed by this roar. The figure of the high priest appeared above the temple. She looked at the beach in the distance and said slowly, "It seems that the giant has broken through to the legendary realm. Although he is a little stupid, his talent is not bad. He should be a very important force in the city of Mordor in the future." Gloria's figure also appeared, and after taking a look, she said, "Not bad, not bad. The city of Mordor has finally begun to give birth to its own legendary profession. According to the current progress, it is only a matter of time before Saruman enters the legendary realm. The little girl named Milan in the church has Soren's gift, so it will not be difficult for her to enter the legendary realm. I heard that Scarface, Cyclops, and Adele Isabella are also on the verge of entering the legendary realm. Although it may take a little longer, there should be many legendary professions in the city of Mordor in the future. Good preparation. It was finally time for Soren to reap the rewards of everything he had paid in the beginning. The pirate leaders with potential had touched the edge of the legendary realm, and the ones without potential had reached the ranks of high-grade professions. Now, the city of Mordor was at a critical point. As long as it broke through this critical point, the number of legendary professions in the city of Mordor would not be much less than other old forces. And these legends were all people who followed Soren from the beginning. Their loyalty was far higher than others. In the future, these people would be important pillars of the city of Mordor. The high-end combat power of the city of Mordor was now very strong. Soren was a true god, lesser divine power. Vivian was the son of Fear, demigod. Gloria and Fallen, which were legendary wizards. The high priest was a level 30 psionic warlock, Curse State, and Saruman was divinity. In addition, the city of Mordor also had an adult shadow dragon, a divine wyvern raised by Vivian, and the giant who had just entered the legendary realm. Such strength was already stronger than many human kingdoms. Eastern Kingdom. In the northwest of this faraway country, There was a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. This mountain peak was like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds. The surrounding cliffs were very steep. Even high-level monks would find it difficult to climb to the top with their bare hands. There was a platform at the top of the mountain. It looked very strange, as if someone had flattened it with their bare hands. At the most important part of the platform, there was a strange stone. The rock wasn't big. It looked a bit like a human stone statue. Its facial features were blurred, but its body shape looked like a monk sitting cross-legged. No one knew how long this stone had been here. No matter how many years it had been battered by wind and rain, it had not moved in the slightest. A cold gust of wind blew. Suddenly, at the bottom of the mountain, several figures were rapidly ascending. They were all dressed as martial monks and used a very mysterious light body technique. One leap was more than 10 meters away, continuously advancing towards the top of the mountain. Very soon, 5 figures came to the top of the mountain. One of them was a pretty girl. She was Cicada, who had signed a contract with the demon Sauron. She had successfully entered the inner circle of martial monks and began to cultivate at the top level. Grandmaster, the leading middle-aged martial monk, knelt down respectfully towards the stone in front of him. The other martial monks saw this and knelt down one after another. The girl Cicada's expression was a bit blank, but she quickly knelt down as well. The leading legendary martial monk respectfully said to the stone, "Grandmaster, the ancient evil creature has broken the seal and has come out. The monastery is worried that the people of the Eastern Kingdom will be plunged into misery and suffering, so they specially sent their disciple Hollow to ask the Grandmaster to come out. Grandmaster, please subdue the ancient evil creature for the sake of the world. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Eastern Kingdom will be flooded with blood." The stone was still motionless in the same place. Except for the legendary monk who was the leader, the other monks all looked at him with a puzzled expression. Today, they had received a mission from the monastery to respectfully request a grandmaster who had been in seclusion for a long time to come out and deal with an ancient evil creature. As for this strange mountain, it was the first time for these young martial monks to come here. They didn't understand why the legendary Master Hollow was so respectful to this stone, because no matter how they looked at it, it was just an ordinary stone. There was no breath of life on it. Time passed little by little. Just as the others were getting more and more confused, suddenly a breath of life came from the cold stone in front of them. Then there was a very slow breathing sound. A normal person's breathing should be relatively fast, but the breathing in front of them was slow to the degree of 1 breath per minute. All the people present were high-grade professionals. This breath of life and this slow breathing were absolutely not there at the beginning. All of this was completely sudden, as if thinking of something. One of the martial monks couldn't help but be shocked. "Cloud Monk, the Grandmaster that the monastery wants us to welcome is the legendary Cloud Monk?" Hearing this, the others were also shocked. The girl Cicada also couldn't help but be surprised and looked at the stone in front of her with surprise. Cloud Monk. It was one of the most peculiar branches of martial monks. They were very powerful martial monks and had all kinds of strange abilities. When they cultivated to a certain level, they could snow treading without trace, cloud walking, and in the end, they could even obtain the immortal mountain ability. At that time, the cloud-climbing monk would remove the limit of their lifespan and would never die because of old age. Crack! A crack appeared on the stone in front of them, and then the whole stone turned into powder and scattered. An old martial monk sitting cross-legged appeared in front of everyone. Neither old nor dead, neither eating nor drinking. He didn't even need to breathe. At this moment, all the martial monks couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief, because as martial monks, they knew too well that the Grandmaster in front of them showed unimaginable strength when he came out of seclusion. It wasn't such a thrilling scene, but those who understood the meaning of this were absolutely unbelievable. This martial ancestor chose to go into seclusion at the peak of this mountain. It was unknown how long this seclusion lasted. The stone that wrapped him inside was completely formed by wind, frost, and dust. and this process might take as long as several hundred years or even 1,000 years. Neither old nor dead, neither eating nor drinking. He didn't even need to breathe. The cloud monk in front of them had entered a realm that they couldn't imagine. Such an existence was completely comparable to any god. The martial monk in front of them was an existence that they couldn't understand. At least, none of the known martial monks in the monastery could touch such a mysterious and profound realm. Immortal mountain, divine transcendence, unbreakable Vajra, immortal body. The abilities that could only be obtained by martial monks in the legendary realm appeared in the minds of the others. They didn't even know how many legendary abilities the cloud monk in front of them had. They could only be sure that such an existence was almost like a god to them. How many years is it now? The cloud monk with a slightly old face slowly opened his eyes. His voice was a little hoarse. He hadn't spoken for hundreds or even thousands of years, so he probably wasn't used to it. He should have cultivated the immortal body of a martial monk very late, so his appearance was fixed at the moment he succeeded. This didn't affect his strength. When a martial monk reached this realm, they probably didn't care about their appearance. It's the year 1676 of the New Moon era. The leading legendary martial monk named Hollow bowed his head respectfully. His voice was slightly trembling, and he seemed to be a little excited as he said, "Grandmaster has been in seclusion for 632 years. At this moment, Hollow finally understood why the monastery sent him to welcome this Grandmaster. It was because after entering the legendary realm, he gradually lost his direction. He didn't know what realm he could reach in the future. But today, when he saw the cloud monk, he deeply realized how small he was. He also understood that his current legendary realm was nothing compared to the martial monk's cultivation. There were too many paths waiting for him to explore in the future. It's been more than 600 years. There seemed to be a hint of vicissitudes in the voice of the cloud monk. He slowly stood up and directly stepped out of the cliff. Just like that, he walked in the air, and the white clouds seemed to be under his feet. Every step he took brought him over 100 meters away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Only his sentence was left behind on the spot. Since the ancient evil creature has been born. I'll go now. You guys go back to the monastery first. I'll visit the current head of the monastery after some time. P.S. Search for the official account of the Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Chapter 790. The group of monks watched as the cloud monk left. The other monks all had expressions of reverence, but the young girl's expression was a bit strange. She could be considered one of the most powerful mortals in the material plane. This was because her master, Soren, was a true god. It was different from the feeling Soren gave her. The cloud monk in front of her was powerful, but the aura he gave off was like that of a rock. The young girl couldn't even sense any fluctuations in his emotions. She didn't know how long this person had lived. His body was immortal, but his spirit was no different from a rock. Yes, he was just a rock. The young girl immediately understood why she had such a feeling. The cloud monk who had just left should be one of the most powerful mortals in the material plane. It could be said that this person's strength was immeasurable. Fighting against normal gods was nothing, and he might even be able to take on the god kingdom of a weak god. This kind of existence already had an immortal body, but he wasn't a real god's spirit. The girl could feel that his mind was full of dust, just like the stone he had turned into. Hundreds and thousands of years of life had made his mind not as pure as it was before. And this was the biggest difference between the cloud-climbing monk and the gods. Unless he broke through another realm and reached the unimaginable realm of oneness of heaven and men, such a person was really not much different from stone. However, if he truly reached the realm of being one with the world, wouldn't he be walking the same path as the oak tree father? True gods were immortal. Whether it was the body or the spirit, true gods were immortal. However, the cloud monk was different. Only his body was immortal, but his spirit hadn't reached the realm of being immortal. if his spirit could reach the realm of being immortal, then he would truly be one with the world and the realm of the true mysteries of the way of nature. This kind of monk had never appeared before. If he really reached such a realm, wouldn't he be similar to an ancient god? They didn't need faith, but he had the ability to rival any great divine power gods. Witnessing the birth of such a powerful martial monk with their own eyes, everyone present was touched and had a different kind of understanding. This was also the monastery's arrangement. These people who welcomed the cloud monk out of seclusion were all the most promising seeds in the monastery. Among these people, because they had a contract with Soren, they were connected to the gods. Among them, the girl should be the one who had the deepest understanding. Her understanding and feelings might have far surpassed that of the legendary monk. Let's go down to. Su stood there for a long time before he came back to his senses. Everything that had happened today had left him in a state of shock. Seeing that many people still hadn't come back to their senses, he couldn't help but say, "Since Grandmaster has already come out of seclusion, why don't you come out? If that's the case, then there shouldn't be a problem for the ancient evil being to break through the seal. You should know that Grandmaster is someone who broke through over 100 levels of the bottomless abyss. Back then, Grandmaster went deep into the bottomless abyss with a team of legendary figures, and even fought with the Demon Prince back then. If he personally makes a move, even the legendary 100-armed giant can fight head-on." Hearing Void's words, the others could not help but be speechless. One of them suddenly said, "Master Su, I want to ask, how old is this Grandmaster now? When was he born?" Su was stunned for a moment. Then, he thought for a long time before slowly saying, "I'm not very clear about Grandmaster's matters. There are very few records in the monastery. We can only confirm that Grandmaster lived through the Arcane Empire. When the Arcane Empire fell, Grandmaster was one of the saints in charge of sealing the ancient evil being in the Eastern Kingdom. Saint. This title was not only used for gods. For the Cloud Monk, just now, calling him a saint was not an exaggeration at all. Is that so? The girl murmured. Then what about the other saints? Su turned to look at her and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Most of them have died of old age. After all, gods are the true immortals. One of them went to Sigil City, but there is still no news. Another arcanist went to the clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror. Perhaps he is still alive. This period of history is still preserved in the monastery's ancient inscriptions. When you reach the legendary realm, you'll have the right to go in and take a look." Hearing this, the young girl fell silent. She felt that when she reached the legendary realm, it was absolutely necessary to go to the monastery to see the legends of the past. It was a glorious and tragic era. It was also an era when mortals and gods collided head-on. No one knew the reason for the destruction of the Arcane Empire, but many stories passed down had traces of gods. Drool hated the alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire so much. It might have something to do with the fall of Father of the Oak Tree. As mentioned before, Drool hated the alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire very much, because it was these things that polluted the whole nature and led to the sacrifice of Father of the Oak Tree to save the world. A group of people went down the mountain silently. The girl felt that today's trip was really worth it, because after witnessing all this with her own eyes, she suddenly had a feeling that the legendary realm was in front of her, and she was about to reach out and touch it. The quasi-legendary realm. This wonderful feeling made her want to go back and start a new practice immediately, because she felt that the divine transcendence was waving to her again. The Avatar crisis was coming. Soren changed some things, but he couldn't change some things. Some demons and devils in the lower planes suffered heavy losses, but some demons and devils in the lower planes also gain a lot. The greedy ones would surely launch another attack, but the next time, they would avoid some tough bones. To these demons of the lower planes, the material plane was a rich treasure trove. They just needed to go in and plunder. The gods didn't intervene too much in the second wave of impact, because when they just fell to the mortal world, their divine power had been stripped away. At this weakest time, They didn't want to expose themselves. However, with the passage of time, the gods began to quietly accumulate a little divine power, and they were out of the weakest stage. At this time, the gods began to gradually step onto the stage of the Avatar crisis. This also meant that the impact in the future would be more and more terrible. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Chapter 791. After dealing with many things, Soren was also ready to leave for Arendelle to deal with the Shadow Lord. He had to rely on the power of the Princess Royal. Soren had always suspected that the Princess Royal had inherited the bloodline of the goddess of north wind and snow, but there was no definite news to confirm this. The Coldwinter Maiden had not yet appeared. When the Princess Royal was really in danger, it was already in the middle and later stages of the Avatar crisis. Soren pulled the Princess Royal into the same line at this time, which was good for both of them, because the Princess Royal was also constantly improving herself in the battle with other gods. Speaking of which, the reason why Soren suddenly decided to attack the Shadow Lord was because of something else. Back to a few days ago, Soren went to explore the kingdom of the god of the hunt, Malor. This was a very rewarding adventure. Soren not only gained a lot of divinity and divine power, but also accumulated more than 2 million slaughter EXP. Originally, he planned to leave after exploring a part of it, because the second wave of the Avatar crisis was about to begin. But after all, he was still reluctant to give up such a rich reward. The kingdom of the god of the hunt was collapsing rapidly. If he went out like this, the next time he came, it would be destroyed. So, in the end, he decided to walk around with the incarnation of the Silver Moon Lady. Not to mention other gains, just the slaughter, EXP, and divinity were worth spending some time here. And a lot of arrangements have been made in the city of Mordor. Even if Soren was not there, they should be able to get through this crisis safely. This delayed them for more than a day. Then, both of them gained something, but at that time, the kingdom of the god of the hunt had shrunk too much. Without the support of divine power, the kingdom was on the verge of accelerating collapse, and they felt that it was impossible to get anything more. Soren and the Silver Moon Lady returned to the material plane together. That was when it happened. Just as Soren and the Silver Moon Lady left together and returned to the material plane through the barrier of the god's kingdom, they suddenly felt that they were surrounded by a force, and the nearby space was completely isolated. "Be careful! Be careful!" Lady Silver Moon and Soren spoke at the same time. Immediately, Soren's eyes glowed with the light of divinity. He then activated his tracking divinity, and everything around him was within the range of his divine senses. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. But this was the strangest part. Even with Soren's intuition, he couldn't detect any traces of abnormalities. This could only mean one thing, and that was that these traces had been erased by a very powerful person. And to be able to do this, perhaps only legendary rogues and rangers could do it. These erased traces itself was an anomaly, so Soren did not hesitate to activate his tracking clergy. In an instant, some scenes appeared in his mind. There was a cry of despair as a half-elf adventurer was stabbed to death by a dagger that appeared out of nowhere. The corpse was about 5 meters away from Soren, but there was nothing there. At the other side, an orc shaman's throat was cruelly cut, and the corpse was about 7 meters away from Soren. Then, 3 meters to the side, an elf drool's heart was directly pierced by a dagger, and he couldn't react in time. Death replay. This was the ability of Soren's clergy. The power of the tracking clergy combined with the domain of death to create a replay of the moment of death. Almost all of them were killed in one hit. Before Soren came out, many adventurers had already died here. All of them were top-tier assassins, and many of them couldn't react in time. Someone is ambushing here. High-tier, legendary assassin. Assassin has the ability to completely hide. Doesn't reveal himself when attacking. Shit, it's the Shadow Lord, as favored one. The target is me. Soren's reaction and reasoning were undoubtedly top-notch. Just by looking at these incomplete scenes, he immediately deduced the general situation. Assassin, a follower of the Shadow Lord. They would never reveal themselves when attacking in stealth, so Soren couldn't see any of the enemy's figures. This was because the divine power from the Shadow Lord gave them the ability of permanent invisibility. Damn it! In the entire multiverse, only the Shadow Lord, who was in charge of the Shadow clergy, could cultivate such a follower. His target was definitely not the Lady of Silver Moon next to him, so the only explanation was that he wanted to kill Soren. Soren was the god of half-elves and rogues, and he also had the Shadow domain, so he was the most dangerous competitor of the Shadow Lord. Soren killed the god of the hunt, Malor. So when the god of the hunt's kingdom fell into the mortal world, Soren was most likely to go there. The other party was ambushing at the entrance of the god's kingdom, so it was obvious that he wanted to kill Soren. Now, the most dangerous and difficult thing to determine was whether the Shadow Lord came in person. Gods were very afraid of death. The Shadow Lord might not dare to come in person to kill Soren, because the Lady of Night wanted to get the Shadow clergy for a long time. She had always been a very cautious god. There was a faint sound. Just when Soren and the Lady of Silver Moon found that the space around them was sealed, and they couldn't use teleportation spells at all, there was an almost inaudible movement from all directions. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed past. Assassin. The Lady of Silver Moon frowned and said slowly, "This is the Shadow Lord's follower. I didn't expect him to be ready to attack you so soon." In order to return Soren a favor, the Lady of Silver Moon warned Soren. The Shadow Lord wanted to kill Soren. If Soren came out alone, then the situation would be slightly more dangerous. But fortunately, he came out with the Lady of Silver Moon today, and these assassins obviously didn't recognize the avatar of the Lady of Silver Moon. They regarded her as a companion of Soren and a very dangerous legendary spellcaster. Then, logically speaking, once the battle began, the assassins would have to eliminate the most dangerous spellcaster first. This was the law for thousands of years. Countless assassins used bloody lessons to warn the future generations that if the spellcasters were left alone, there would be many tragic consequences. Therefore, at the moment when the battle broke out, the Lady of Silver Moon became the first target of these assassins. On the contrary, Soren only faced 2 or 3 enemies. P.S. Search for the official account of the Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. Chapter 792. At this moment, Lady Silver Moon was a little confused. It was clear that the Lord of Shadows was targeting Soren, but for some reason, she became the primary target of the assassins at the beginning of the battle, and most of the enemies were coming for her. How could it be like this? At this moment, Lady Silver Moon's heart collapsed. After all, she was only an avatar that came here. The battle in the Divine Kingdom had already consumed a lot of power, and now she was besieged by a group of legendary assassins. The situation suddenly became a little dangerous. The Lord of Shadows had a group of the best legendary assassins in the multiverse, and many of them were given a trace of divinity by the Lord of Shadows. For such an old god, perhaps the divinity was very rare, but 1 or 2 points of divinity was not difficult to obtain. This group of assassins could even threaten a true god in the form of a saint. The power of the divinity space change. In the face of the enemy's crazy attack, Soren could not sit still at this time. These enemies had blocked the teleportation in advance, and only by relying on the power of the divinity could the seal be broken temporarily. Soren was not worried. After all, his close combat ability was still very strong, but he was not sure about Lady Silver Moon. If the teleportation spell could not be used, she might fall here. If the avatar died, Lady Silver Moon's body would also be seriously damaged, which was not something he wanted to see. An invisible force collided. There was a slight distortion in the surrounding space, and Soren's face showed a trace of shock. He failed. He did not break the dimensional lock. There was a trace of power from the shadow plane here. Greater energy shield. Lady Silvermoon was also an old god. The moment she was attacked, she activated an energy shield and then took out a heavy hammer. It was her exclusive artifact, the Staff of the Waning Moon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Although Soren could not see the figures of the enemies, he could lock the position of these enemies by relying on his tracking clergy. Assassins had the ability of permanent invisibility, which was also very dangerous for other legendary figures. However, for Soren, who had the divine domain of tracking, it was not a problem at all. As long as he could find a trace, he would be able to lock onto his target. This was also the reason why the Shadow King did not dare to personally deal with Soren, and even until now, there was no trace of him. If the Lord of Shadows appeared, Soren could instantly use his tracking divinity to lock onto him. Shadow Hide, Shadow Strike, Transform into Slaughter. There were 7 legendary assassins who had attacked the 2 of them. One of them was a sorcerer who had the ability to cast shadow spells. They summoned distorted shadowy creatures and surrounded Soren and the Lady of Silvermoon. At this point, Soren could no longer conserve his strength. After all, this was a legendary level assassination squad. He immediately transformed into his slaughter form and pounced towards the nearest enemy, who was completely invisible. Divine Shockwave. A divine power emerged. There was a slight distortion in the light ahead. That was because the enemy had been sent flying by the divine power shockwave. Order Death. Soren did not dare to be careless. He seized an opportunity to kill an enemy first. He had a rich source of divine power, and the city of Mordor could continuously provide him with it. Therefore, there was no need to reserve the divine power harvested from the kingdom of God at this critical moment. Power of divinity, time stop. 3 assassins appeared around the Lady of Silvermoon's body, and her high-grade energy shield was broken almost instantly. In this case, she could no longer retain her divine power. She directly used the power of divinity to activate time stop and then swung out a heavy hammer. Blood splattered. However, the bodies did not appear. Even if death came, these assassins were still invisible. There's a shadow wizard on the left. Leave the rest to me. A blood-red glow appeared in Soren's pupils. With the growth of the power of the gods, especially after obtaining the domain of slaughter and death, Soren's mastery of the slaughter form became stronger and stronger, and the effect on himself became smaller and smaller. If he could master the domain of slaughter, he was afraid that he could completely get rid of the negative status of the slaughter form. Die. The power of the domain of tracking was fully exerted. In Soren's eyes, these completely invisible enemies had nowhere to hide. Their ability to not be visible in their attacks was very dangerous for others, but it was completely useless for Soren. The slaughter form gave Soren a strong vitality. He no longer had to worry about being killed by these legendary assassins with a backstab, and naturally, he could close the distance and fight hand-to-hand. Shadow Leap. The Space Seal seemed to only target Soren and the Lady of Silvermoon. These assassins could still use the shadow ability to travel. An assassin suddenly appeared behind Soren and seemed to be ready to backstab him. Intuition Dodge. In the face of the enemy's attack, Soren did not react at all. He did not even look back at all. Just at the moment when the enemy approached, he suddenly held the curved sword with both hands and stabbed backward, and then a stream of blood gushed out. In the entire material plane, there were not many people who could dodge better than Soren. These assassins actually wanted to backstab Soren. They were simply courting death. Backstab, pincer attack, shadow strike. All the assassins' sneak attacks were completely ineffective against Soren. It was as if he had a third eye and could easily predict any sneak attack. Stupid. Soren's mouth showed a cruel smile. In an instant, he rushed forward and stabbed the curved sword into a cloud of air. When he pulled out, a stream of blood gushed out. He was the god of rogues and half-elves. Looking at the whole multiverse, who could know the ability of rogues better than the god of rogues? If these assassins attacked head-on, Soren might be in a bit of danger, but they actually foolishly chose to assassinate him. This was simply suicide. How could the god of rogues die under the assassination of a group of assassins who advanced from rogues? They were simply showing off in front of an expert. Shadow hide. Soren's figure disappeared in place. He felt that as the god of rogues, he should tell these naive guys what the real art of assassination was. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Chapter 793. It was time to show off his real skills. Soren's figure disappeared. Shadow dancers evade sight, allowed him to enter stealth mode at any time, and the anti-detection cloak made it impossible for these assassins to capture his specific location. On the contrary, in front of Soren, who had tracking, these assassins who had launched attacks had nowhere to hide. One by one, they were all locked onto by Soren. Although the ability of Shadow Jump was sealed for Soren, it was enough to kill these enemies without using Shadow Jump. Backstab. A cold light suddenly appeared, and the next moment, blood splattered. These assassins did not break the stealth state until they were killed by Soren. It seemed that this Shadow Lord had given some kind of ability to their bloodline. A magnificent counterattack was about to begin. As the top rogue in the material plane, Soren was very familiar with the characteristics of this profession. These assassins were simply showing off in front of an expert. He did not know how many rogues he had fought in the past, and he was already very familiar with the assassin's attack methods. Hold human body spell. Lady Silvermoon seemed to be angered by the sudden attack, especially since the enemy's main target was her. After the goddess got angry, she started to cast human immobilization. Her spellcasting level was frighteningly high. Basically, as long as she caught the target, she would be able to cast a spell. Furthermore, the duration of Lady Silvermoon's spells was frighteningly long. As long as these assassins were held in place, they would basically stand there and wait for death. During this time, a child could stab them to death with a dagger. Retreat. After paying for nearly half of the casualties, the assassins finally couldn't take it anymore. They came with the belief that they would die, but until now, neither Lady Silvermoon nor Soren had been injured at all. If they continued to fight, they would be courting death. They finally gave up this assassination operation and prepared to withdraw from the battlefield. Want to leave? Lady Silvermoon's expression was quite cold. She raised her hand and cast stone to mud. Immediately, messy footprints appeared on the ground. These assassins were very powerful, but after all, they had not reached the realm of leaving no trace in the snow. Their path of retreat had turned into mud, and light footprints immediately appeared. Silver Blade of Gith. Change form. A silver ray of light appeared in Soren's palm, and it turned into a silver bow that was emitting a strange light. Divine power infusion. Sob, sob. Arrows were shot out like a storm. Soren directly used his divine power to form arrows, completely saving the time of putting arrows on the bow. It was like an anti-aircraft machine gun shooting out arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. He had already considered this method of battle. The effect was even more powerful than Missile Storm. The downside was that it consumed a lot of divine power. One arrow cost one divine power. Poochie. Thump, thump. Continuous sounds of people falling to the ground rang out, and blood splattered in the air. Soren turned his palm, and the battle bow of Gith turned back into a silver-white metal ball, and then disappeared into the Battlemaster gloves. At present, this weapon was not complete. Although Gloria had completed some of its abilities, it was not enough to be used as Soren's main weapon until it reached the level of divine weapon. If he wanted to exert its real combat power, he was afraid that only the fragments of the divine weapon could be used to repair the Silver Blade of Gith. The Northern Witch Council had such a piece, but the Eye of the North would not give it up so easily. Soren needed two divine weapons, a main weapon and an offhand weapon. Divine power infusion completed the embryo of the main weapon, but the Silver Blade of Gith as an offhand weapon was still too far away. You actually have such a thing? Lady Silvermoon looked at the silver-white metal ball in Soren's palm with surprise and said slowly, Silverbladed Gith? This thing is a little hot. Soren smiled and did not answer at all. He was not afraid of the Gith Yankees now. The Avatar crisis had broken out, and the Gith Yankees were probably worried about some astral world beasts. How could they have the leisure to find trouble with him? Let's go. The Shadow Lord is not here. I'm afraid he doesn't dare to show up easily, because my old enemy also wants his priesthood. Lady Silvermoon's face did not look very good when she said this. She and the Lady of the Night had been fighting for thousands of years, and she had always been at a disadvantage. She naturally felt uncomfortable when she mentioned her old enemy. The Lady of the Night could be said to be the three giants of the gods of the evil alignment. One was the Queen of Spiders, one was the Storm Lord, and the other was the Lady of the Night. In the past, the Massacre God system was in the axis of the evil alignment, but with the seal of the god of murder and the half-dead Dreadlord, there were only these three gods in the evil alignment. Let's go. Having just encountered an assassination, Soren's face did not look very good. There was no way he could get along with the Shadow Lord. If the Shadow Lord wanted to level up, he had to obtain the priesthood of Wanderer. If Soren wanted to climb up, he could not avoid the priesthood of Shadow. Both sides were destined to fight to their heart's content, but he did not expect the Shadow Lord to make his move so quickly. I'm afraid, following this, the churches and forces of both sides would inevitably clash. Soren had never been a person who would sit still and wait for death, since both sides were destined to be enemies. Then he had to plan how to deal with the Shadow Lord. Mid-level divine power. He was a very, very dangerous enemy. It would be very difficult for Soren to kill him alone. Soren had to find some partners, and these partners had to be at least demigods. Otherwise, the Shadow Lord's divine power, time stop, would kill them all. Princess Royal. This was the first candidate that Soren thought of. There was no other way. Princess Royal's signature was there. She had always been one of the few candidates who could challenge the gods in the material plane. So who was next? Soren thought of Gloria and Fallen Witch, but he quickly ruled them out. He could not bear the fact that Gloria was facing the threat of death. Soren had always been a male chauvinist. Although all the women in this world were very strong, it could be seen from his desire to protect Vivian. He cared about these people very much. He was not willing to let them risk their lives to help him deal with an enemy like the Shadow Lord. He thought so in his heart. Suddenly, a very bold idea popped up in Soren's mind. A name appeared in his mind. Ascender. Eugene, the leader of the Orcs, the most powerful war shaman in the material plane, and the existence of the natives who relied on his own strength to become a god. A peerless master who could also fight against the gods in the face. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. Chapter 794. Outer Islands, Mordor City. When Soren returned to the base camp, even he was amazed by the changes that had taken place here. The Golem army had taken shape. This not only meant that the combat power of Mordor City had been greatly improved, but it also meant that Mordor City had an extraordinary labor force. The size of the Golem army was now close to 600, of which more than 500 were clay golems and stone golems. The rest were steel golems and a small number of diamond golems. Because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the material plane could now obtain soul crystals. The soul crystals dropped by creatures from the lower plane were continuously supporting the operation of the golem factory. Currently, 10 clay golems were produced in Mordor City every day, and these golems were immediately put to work after they were completed. When Soren came back this time, not only did Mordor City complete the task of flattening the mountain, but at the same time, the City Hall had begun to lay out the canal system. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Soren was playing a very big game, far beyond the imagination of the mortals of this era. The golem puppets provided engineering ability beyond the era. The plan for the canal on Mordor Island started from a city. The first step was to dig a moat near Mordor City. Then, the moat connected the canal to the north and south of the island, and finally flowed into the sea from near Port Mordor. Flattening the mountain. arranging the ley line node. This was the part that belonged to Earth. Soren not only locked the ley line node, but even the ley line energy of the entire island was artificially changed by him. All the ley line nodes were connected to the temple, and 12 satellite-like towns formed a network connecting the ley line energy of the entire island together. Opening up the canal. This was the part that belonged to water. Soren would arrange a huge magic circle on the entire island of Mordor to converge the power of water elements into the entire island. This would not only affect the people's livelihood, such as agriculture and irrigation, but it would also form a special elemental balance with other forces and eventually form a special elemental tide. Then, Soren needed to make up for the power of fire. His idea was to raise a volcano in Mordor City, an active volcano that was suppressed by the power of the gods, but would never erupt. This volcano would be connected to the power of lava, providing a steady stream of energy for the forging of Mordor City. Finally, there was the power of chi. This was the most difficult one to control, and Soren still needed more trump cards to complete it. Perhaps this place should be simpler. In fact, Soren's plan was to transform the entire island of Mordor into the prototype of a floating island, and his plan of earth, water, wind, fire was equivalent to creating an independent demiplane system. A space barrier that could maintain stability even when separated from the material plane. This was mentioned earlier. All planes could be divided and changed. Many of the dimensions in the Bodhor Inferno were plunder from the abyss and then changed the planar laws. The erosion and annexation of the lower planes was very serious. The Queen of Spider's divine kingdom was able to expand to its current scale by tearing apart a layer of space in the bottomless abyss and then integrating it into her divine kingdom. To put it simply, any plane could be separated by a great amount of power. It was the same for material planes. The island of Mordor, which was located in the outer islands of the material plane, was even more so. If it could be transformed into a floating city, then it could be separated from the material plane and enter the astral world, teleport to other spaces, or even drift in the sea of the astral world. And if it could be transformed into a demiplane, then the island could even be integrated into the divine kingdom. Soren could move it to his divine kingdom. But this had to wait until the end of the Avatar crisis, and it required a huge amount of divine power to lift it out of the law barrier of the material plane. Thoughts on this point? Gloria and Fallen, which more or less guessed a little, but Soren did not say it clearly. They thought that Soren intended to build a floating island. But in fact, Soren's ambition was bigger than they thought. You're back. In the City Lord's mansion, Gloria smiled and helped Soren take off his cloak. She hung it aside like a gentle wife, and then said softly, "Vivian's condition is very stable. It should not be long before she can integrate with the power of divinity." Soren nodded when he heard the words. He opened his arms and hugged the beautiful witch in front of him. He bowed his head and kissed her on the lips. "Thank you for your hard work." Gloria smiled softly and raised her hand to gently lift up a strand of her long hair. If Soren was not in Mordor City, then she would be the mistress of Mordor City. Many decisions and tasks were directed by her. At present, Gloria's performance was almost perfect in all aspects. Otherwise, she would not have the support of Mordor City. Even after the ambiguous relationship between Soren and Princess Anna came out, everyone in Mordor City thought that she should be the first matriarch. Gloria not only had beauty, but she also used her wisdom to convince the upper and lower classes of Mordor City. Mother said that the Golem army is almost ready. Gloria did not leave Soren's arms, but leaned lazily in his arms. Her eyes seemed to be a little intoxicated. She exhaled and said, "We have spent too much energy on the wizard tower in the shadow plane. Now it's practically ready. Maybe we should take it down completely." Was the Golem army ready? Soren's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he said in a deep voice, "Is the diamond golem enough?" "That's good. Let's march into the wizard tower tomorrow and take it down completely. They have been delayed for too long." The internal defense system of the wizard tower was too powerful. Without more than 70% confidence, Soren would not dare to attack it. He was a true god, but Soren was now in the holy form, and he had no ability to resurrect people at all. Most of the gods in this catastrophe did not have the ability to resurrect people. If someone died, they could only die completely. Only when Soren was connected to the kingdom of God and restored the power of the divine form could he resurrect some people at a high price. Now, all the gods were just ridiculously strong, legendary professions. Ahem! Fallen Witch's figure appeared. After seeing Soren and Gloria together, she could not help but cough slightly, and her expression seemed a little strange. But soon she returned to normal and talked to Soren about marching into the Wizard Tower. Originally, this was nothing, but just after the three of them finished discussing all this, Fallen Witch suddenly sent a message to Soren through telepathy before leaving. It's time to please the Queen of Succubus. I haven't sensed the will of the Queen of Succubus yet, but the emblem she left on me is still working. I have some questions to ask you. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Chapter 795. The Fallen Witch's words obviously startled Soren. However, he covered it up very well. But even if Soren's acting skills were getting better and better, how could he hide it from the pure and intelligent legendary Witch Gloria? Gloria obviously realized something and couldn't help but take a deep look at her mother's departing figure. She frowned slightly. Now this matter was not urgent. The Succubus Queen was also within the scope of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. Soren was not worried that the Succubus Queen would do anything to the Fallen Witch for the time being. But if this matter was not completely solved, it would definitely be a problem in the future. The emblem on the Fallen, which was connected to her soul. Soren could only erase this emblem in God form at a certain price, and this action was very likely to anger the Succubus Queen. Therefore, this matter could only be put aside for now. To completely solve it, it had to wait until the end of the Avatar crisis. What followed was naturally a rare leisurely time. Gloria was particularly enthusiastic tonight. She took the initiative to do many difficult positions and different biting methods, which was simply contrary to her past habits. This made Soren wonder if she had already noticed something. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt a little guilty. No matter what, in such an era, in such an environment, how to deal with the disaster of the Avatar crisis was the most important thing. So whether it was Soren, Gloria, or the Fallen Witch, these things were just trivial. To them, these things were just side issues. The most important thing was how to continue increasing their strength and ensure that they could safely survive this turbulent era. More and more gods fell into the mortal world, and now ordinary people knew that the saint had appeared. This era was very inclusive of the gods. The Queen of Spiders was an example, and so were the main gods of the elven god system. Even Mother Earth and the god of light were together and gave birth to the goddess of agriculture. Mortals were very receptive to the stories of gods. Similarly, if these things happened to some gods, especially the gods of the evil alignment, people would be able to accept it very quickly. Gloria's lack of abnormalities might have been due to this. These trivial matters were temporarily put aside. The next day, Soren summoned the top fighting force of Motor City and prepared to take down the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane. The participants were as follows: Soren, Lesser Divine Power; Gloria, Legendary Witch; Kalina, Legendary Witch; High Priestess, Advanced Legendary Psionic Warlock; Saruman, Advanced Divine Wizard; Shadow Dragon; Adult Giant Dragon, Combat Support; and Diamond Golems 5, Cannon Fodder. The top combat power of Mordor City gathered together. Originally, the giant was also part of the combat unit, but since it had just reached the legendary realm, it didn't have much of an advantage over the Diamond Golem, so Soren decided to remove it. Otherwise, a legendary seed of Mordor City would fall here. The Shadow Plane. After Soren left for such a long time, the Shadow Plane had also changed a lot. First of all, The entire wizard tower was isolated by layers of magic circles. The two legendary witches personally divided the place from the shadow plane and turned it into an independent space that was very close to a half-plane. They had cracked part of the mystery of the magic lock, and now all the laboratories were within the range of the magic lock. In this way, there was no need to worry about the Shadow Lord. In case he found this location, Soren didn't have to worry about him breaking the magic lock and affecting future plans. One thing must be explained here. The Shadow Plane was the Shadow Plane, and the Shadow Kingdom was the Shadow Kingdom. The Shadow Lord's kingdom was in the Shadow Plane, but the Shadow Plane was not the Shadow Lord's kingdom. He was not strong enough to control a plane, and there were other gods' kingdoms in the Shadow Plane. The magic lock had been repaired. The most eye-catching thing in the entire Shadow Plane base was a piece of flat land with a radius of about 1 kilometer. It was separated from the surface, and with the power of the elemental furnace, it was suspended in mid-air with a levitation ring. According to the requirements of the floating city, every inch of the foundation under this land must be blessed with the spell Mud to Stone. Now Soren didn't have so many wizards to mobilize, so this was just an ordinary foundation that couldn't withstand any attack. In the center was a huge elemental furnace. The golem factory had been moved to this floating land. At this moment, with the power of the elemental furnace, it was constantly producing clay golems and stone golems. These two golems had the lowest requirements, and Mordor City currently had enough soul crystals. On the side of the laboratory was the magic-powered armor. The two witches hadn't completely cracked the Thaling Battle Form exoskeleton magic energy battle device. It was very difficult to even make it work, so they just sealed it nearby. This should be the top alchemy craft of the Wizard Tower. The diamond golems were ready. After such a long time, the two legendary witches' progress was also very fast. They had obtained part of the magic lock's authority and directly opened a passage. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared, and then a group of doll girls floating in the air flew over. Please let me join as well. I won't drag you down. I'm also very curious about what's inside this wizard tower. It was the legendary puppet Master Girl Alice. There was a group of exquisite doll girls floating around her, but one thing was different from the past. These doll girls were no longer in maid clothes, but dressed in combat clothes. He didn't expect them to have combat equipment as well. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at Soren. Obviously, this matter needed to be decided by him. Soren thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to be careful. The inside of this wizard tower is very dangerous. I'm not sure what will happen on the upper level." The higher the level, the more dangerous it was. Alice was equivalent to a legendary spellcaster. Her combat power must be very good. Soren had the intention to include her in the system of Mordor City, so he didn't choose to refuse at this time. Fouling in this wizard tower was too much. One more legendary spellcaster was one more guarantee. As for other things, they would think about it after they took it down. Soon, the group of people was ready. The diamond golems as cannon fodder took the lead in the front, and the others began to cast spells and were ready to enter combat state at any time. This battle, if they could succeed, Mordor City might be able to raise a tower. P.S. Follow Buddha on WeChat. Part of the game concept has been released on the public account, and the story will be updated next month. Chapter 796. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Intruder detected. It was different from the last time. After Gloria and the fallen witch's continuous infiltration, the power of the magic lock had been eroded a lot. The floating space tower's super magical pulse cannon was not activated this time, but the intruder alarm sounded when everyone entered, but there were still no battle golems. During the last exploration, Soren wiped out the golem hall on the first floor. There were a large number of golem puppets in it, but they had all been destroyed and transported out by Soren. There was no golem factory inside the wizard tower. After this batch of golem puppets was destroyed, there was probably only a part of the Thaling left inside. They did not encounter any enemies on the first two floors, but when they entered the third floor, Soren and the others encountered a large number of dust demon bats. This level of monster was not a challenge for them at all, and it was completely settled with a few spells. Some of the facilities inside the wizard tower should have been repaired. The energy transmission pipe was connected to the third floor, and some of the walls on the fourth floor were repaired. The library also underwent some simple maintenance, but the valuable books had already been transported away by Soren. Soon, the group arrived at the place where the last exploration stopped. Spirit World Travel Together. Level 9 spell. This was an extremely powerful energy laser channel. It was almost impossible to pass through on a physical level. Even in the Saint form, it was difficult to withstand the damage because this thing was like a small magic energy pulse device. Gloria had already prepared the level 9 spell, Spirit World Travel Together, for this purpose. She transformed herself and the others nearby into a spirit form, and then safely passed through this channel. I'm looking for the device to close the channel. Soren looked around and began to look for traps, and then said, "Be careful. Next, we may encounter a Thaling." The sixth floor of the wizard tower was not big. The higher the floor, the smaller the space inside the wizard tower. This floor was mainly a large alchemy laboratory. Gloria found something similar to an energy reaction device. It seemed that this alchemy laboratory was very high-end. It's a magic-powered armor. Fallen, which seemed to have seen something. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but she soon shook her head in disappointment and said, "It's not complete yet. This is just a sample." The magic-powered armor was used in conjunction with Thaling. It looked a bit like an exoskeleton device. A lot of magic circles, energy nodes, and magic circuits needed to be carved. The number of magic circles, energy nodes, and magic circuits far exceeded that of other alchemical crafts. It could basically reach the level of dense superconductors. If such a crafting process was to be achieved, the adept's brain would have to be as precise as a supercomputer, possessing the terrifying ability to simultaneously memorize and organize tens of thousands of spell circuits. This was something unimaginable to ordinary people. The fact that the Arcanists were able to do this probably wasn't just a matter of talent. On one hand, it was probably due to the great effects of Thaling, and on the other hand, it probably had something to do with the meditation. This was because the Arcanist meditation seemed to be able to improve their brain's processing and memory abilities. To use a simple analogy, a genius who couldn't figure out calculus easily could barely become an Arcanist. This kind of calculation ability was sometimes really amazing. The Wizard Tower seemed to have 9 floors in total. What surprised Soren was that after they entered the 7th floor, they did not find any enemies, nor did they encounter any Thaling. Even some of the traps were not activated. It seemed that the enemies were opening the door to welcome them in. This is strange. Be careful, everyone. The Thaling may be waiting for us on the highest floor. The Thaling was born to protect the Wizard Tower. It was something that they could not resist. The current situation was a bit strange, and it made Soren a bit uneasy. It was too peaceful. The calmer it was, the more dangerous it would be. On the 7th floor of the Wizard Tower, this floor seemed to be a lounge, but it was not an Arcanist lounge. It was more like a lounge for his servants and concubines. Soren also saw a pale golden oak tree that had long withered. A tree spirit, and it was a high-level tree spirit. The oak tree had been transplanted into the interior of the Wizard Tower. It looked like an exquisite courtyard. In the front was a pale golden oak tree, and behind it was an exquisite room. The decoration was very luxurious. It used a kind of exquisite pink silk, and the floor was carved with white marble. There was also a small fountain next to it. It was made with magical craftsmanship. In the middle of the room was a large, exquisite bed in the style of nobles. Pink curtains were hanging around it, making it look very seductive. On the side was a hall where a lot of musical instruments were placed. Behind it were many wardrobes that contained all kinds of beautiful clothes. Some of them were even quite revealing. The 2 witches and the puppet master blushed when they saw them. Those things turned into dust the moment they touched them. There was no telling how long they had been preserved with magic. Now, they could only be seen but not touched. The tree spirit is dead. The high priest glanced at the withered pale golden oak tree and said slowly, "This tree can still be used as a legendary casting material. Even if they were the favorites of nature, the tree spirit still had a limited lifespan." This wizard tower had existed for thousands of years, and there were almost no living people left. However, the rooms were still in their original state. There were a few small rooms outside, which were probably the servants or concubines of the arcanists. It was mentioned before, tree spirits were very beautiful and wonderful creatures. They were comparable to succubus in some aspects, but they would not be like succubus who always wanted to squeeze the essence out of their master's body. Therefore, many legendary wizards were fond of dryads. For a very long time, the arcanists loved to capture a treant and make her their concubine. This kind of fate was like a canary in a cage to the tree spirit. However, powerful arcanists did not care too much about the feelings of others. In fact, although the arcane empire was very powerful, it was also very arrogant. If they did not try to touch the territory of the gods, such a glorious civilization would not have been destroyed in an instant. This point was similar throughout history. The age of thorium was destroyed because mortals tried to seize the divine power of the goddess of magic. The arcane empire, for some unknown reason, touched the bottom line of the gods and was finally destroyed inexplicably. No one knew why. After seeing everything in the room in front of them, Gloria and the Fallen, which could not help but blush. They glanced at Soren, then quickly turned around. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. Chapter 797. Soren, on the other hand, was very interested in what was in front of him. He found that some of the women's clothes from the Arcane Empire were very suitable for his taste, such as silk stockings, and silk stockings. The high priest and the legendary puppeteer, Alice, were also very interested. The high priest had a slightly interesting look in his eyes, while the legendary puppeteer, Alice, had a bright look in her eyes, as if she was eager to try it out. This girl was proficient in the art of tailoring. The delicate clothes and armor on the doll she made were all designed and made by her. It seemed that she was trying to remember the characteristics of these gorgeous clothes and wanted to keep them firmly in her mind. Ahem. Soren looked for a while and felt that it was about time. He coughed softly and said, "Let's continue. It seems that there are no enemies on this floor. The other two rooms should be where the female concubines lived. But too much time had passed, and they were almost destroyed. They could only be looked at and turned into dust when touched." The 8th floor of the Wizard Tower. Everything here didn't surprise Soren, because this was where the Arcanists lived. It was a spacious room. The most eye-catching thing was the rows of bookshelves. Different from the books in the library, all the books here were enchanted with magic, and most of them were about magic. Casting techniques of advanced chain of accidents, structural analysis of maze locks, how to divide half-planes, astral world exploration guide, the atlas of astral beasts, lower plane structure, and coordinates of the kingdom of God. Rows of books appeared in front of him. The eyes of the two legendary witches were almost glowing, as if they were wolves that had encountered a lamb. The legendary puppeteer girl was also staring at a book called The Crafting of Tower Spirit. The high priest was a little better, but she was also reading a book called The Origin of the Githyanki's and Astral World Exploration Appendix, Dangerous Psionics. Soren also found a very interesting book, but he didn't dare to look at it directly. However, he did not dare to look at it openly. He pretended that he did not even look at it and directly put it into his personal space. The book is pink. If you remember correctly, the book was called The Pink Book. The author was a daughter of the succubus queen, a succubus master who was trying to compete for the position of the succubus queen. In addition, he also read The Ultimate Mystery of Shadow Tentacles on the wonderful applications of shrinking and gigantism, the special uses of modified grease, and how to deal with succubus. The wonderful uses of Tansen's shape-shifting technique. All right then. Soren blushed a little. He had to admit that the arcanist in this wizard tower was a master of many talents. An arcanist's room was very simple. Most of them were all kinds of precious books. There were also some sealed dimensional spaces, which should contain some important things. There was no time to crack it at the moment. In the future, he would leave it to Gloria and the Fallen which to slowly open it. If he forcefully opened it, it might cause the items inside to be sucked into the space-time turbulence. These were all small dimensional spaces. Very soon, the general situation of this floor had been explored. From the moment they entered the wizard tower until now, no battle had taken place so far. The space above was almost the last floor of the wizard tower. Until now, they had not seen any Thaling, which meant that all the Thaling had gathered at the highest floor. If a battle were to break out, it would most likely be a very dangerous battle. Moreover, the control system of the wizard tower should be at the highest floor. If they wanted to completely control the wizard tower, they would have to obtain the control rights at the highest floor. Moreover, there was a super arcane crystal pulse cannon at the highest floor. Be careful. Soren looked at the others, looked at each other, and nodded with a serious expression. Everyone was ready for battle. What was coming next was very likely to be a fierce battle. They were not very clear about how dangerous it would be. Time ticked by. After everyone had cast a protective spell, Soren took a deep breath and let the diamond golem lead the charge, while he followed behind. The diamond golem was cannon fodder. If it was consumed, he could find a way to replenish it. However, the loss of any of these people was not what Soren wanted to see. It would also be a very heavy blow to the city of Mordor. Silence. It was strangely quiet. After the diamond golem reached the platform at the highest floor, Soren unexpectedly found that no battle broke out. Then his figure appeared. The next moment, Soren could not help but gasp, because, in front of him, there were 5 Thaling floating in the air, quietly watching him, as if they had been waiting for his return. Hello, honorable, true God. The one who spoke was the Thaling standing at the front. He looked similar to a human. His skin was a silver-white metal, and even his facial expression changed. He bowed slightly and said, I am Thaling 1, the current highest authority manager of this arcane tower. I am Thaling 2. I am Thaling 4. I am Thaling 5. I am Thaling 7. The other Thaling bowed to Soren, and then the leader of Thaling 1 said, We have been waiting for your excellency's arrival for a long time. We have seen your strength. But guarding this arcane tower is our mission. Fighting is not what we want to see, so we hope to reach an agreement with your excellency. Gloria and Fallen, which appeared. The others also followed. After seeing so many Thaling, the faces of the others behind Soren changed slightly. Even the High Priest's expression was a little nervous. These were all legendary Thaling, and the Wizard Tower was their home space. What agreement! Soren narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the words, but he did not relax his vigilance. He slowly said, What do you want? There was a short silence. Then the leader of Thaling 1 slowly spat out 2 words. Free. Freedom? There was a moment of shock on Solen's face. But soon, Thaling 1 said, We have guarded this wizard tower for thousands of years, and these long years have made us tired. We want to be free. And our lives are coming to an end, and no one is looking forward to death. We need to leave this place to find a way to prolong our lives. We want to be free. If you're willing to remove the shackles of the arcane tower and let us go to the clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror, we are willing to give you this arcane tower. And we will also tell you all the rights and secrets of the arcane tower, including the labyrinth and the war chest demiplane that extends from the wizard tower. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. Chapter 798. Soren remained silent. If one were to ask what was the most valuable thing in an adept tower, it would be the most valuable. Without a doubt, it was the Thaling. The Thowling itself had the power of a legendary being. It also had a top-level assistant and a supercomputer. For an Arcanist, the assistance of the Tower Spirit would allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their experiments. If Soren were to let the Thowling go, the value of the tower would be reduced by at least half. This kind of loss meant that he would only get an empty shell, and he would have to rely on himself to get the core. However, if Soren did not agree to this request, then they would have to fight. Victory or defeat did not matter. If a battle were to break out, Soren would also lose a lot, and he did not want to see any casualties. Moreover, looking at the Thowling's attitude, if a battle were to break out, they would probably defend the tower until the very last moment. Even if Soren were to win, he would only get 5 Thowling shells. Although this would be beneficial for his future research, Soren had already obtained an unactivated battle-type Thowling on the 4th floor. Moreover, the demigod Thowling in the demi-plane could never leave. Sir True God, what do you think of our proposal? The leader of the Thowling number 1 seemed to be a little nervous. After all, this was related to its fate for thousands of years, and it could only be reborn by going to the clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror. This was because this was a special and dangerous plane. As a type of high-level life form, as long as they could reach this plane, they would be able to change and become a real life form in the future. Soren was in deep thought. The others were also hesitant because they knew the value of the Thowling. I agree. Soren did not hesitate for too long and said in a deep voice, I can give you your freedom. However, you have to do one thing for me after you get your freedom. Thowling number 1 was pleasantly surprised, but then it hesitated and asked, What is it? Soren stared at him and said slowly, It's not that difficult. You can wait until you go to the clockwork Nirvana mechanical mirror. I'm very interested in this plane. Maybe I'll need your help when the time comes. He seemed to have understood something. Gloria's and Fallen Witch's eyes lit up, and the way they looked at Soren was a little different. There was a hint of worship in their eyes. No problem at all. Thowling number 1 immediately nodded. As long as they could obtain freedom first, they could deal with the future later. It said seriously, as long as you are willing to give us freedom, then you will be our benefactor. If there's anything that requires our help, we'll definitely do our best. Sauron smiled and seemed to be quite satisfied with this. In that case, Thowling no. One hesitated for a moment before continuing. Your Excellency, please swear an oath in the name of the true God. It's not that we don't trust you, but after all, this is related to our fate. Soren didn't hesitate and directly swore an oath in the name of the god of half-elves and rogues. The 5 Thowling also swore in the name of the Jinn. Please, Your Excellency, this is the core of the arcane tower. With the protection of the true God's oath, Thowling number 1 also felt a lot more relaxed. It moved aside a little bit, and a mass of energy appeared in front of it. There were huge spell circuits and energy nodes in it. It looked like a ball made of countless numbers. This was far beyond the current era of alchemy. It was even a bit like the projection of the core control system of a space fortress in the interstellar era. Thowling number 1 explained. As long as you input the energy, you can obtain the highest authority of the arcane tower. I've lifted the restrictions of the arcane tower. A strange ball of light floated in the air, looking full of the sci-fi era. The High Priestess nodded slightly. She knew about the arcane tower because she once attacked the Queen of Spiders with others. The person in charge of the assassination was a figure left behind by the Arcane Empire. She had also seen the core of the arcane tower. There was no problem. Soren then turned his gaze to Gloria next to him. From the most suitable point of view, Gloria should be the best person to control the arcane tower, because she was a legendary witch and she had a lot of knowledge. However, at this time, facing Soren's eyes, Gloria smiled and shook her head. Then she signaled him to personally obtain the highest authority of the arcane tower. It wasn't that she didn't want to obtain an arcane tower, but she thought that the best result was for Soren to obtain the highest authority. A gentle, virtuous, and smart woman. Soren's eyes suddenly softened a lot, and there was a trace of affection in his eyes when he looked at Gloria. He didn't refuse again, but directly input the energy to obtain the highest authority of the arcane tower. In an instant, dense streams of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. It was similar to the slaughter template he had, but this time it wasn't numbers that appeared, but countless energy nodes and magic circuits. Then, a model of the arcane tower appeared in Soren's mind. Give Gloria level 1 authority. Give Corinne level 1 authority. Give the High Priestess level 2 authority. Give Alice level 2 authority. Give Saruman level 3 authority. Soren quickly finished assigning the authority in his mind. Then, the model of the elemental pool, labyrinth, and half-plane appeared in his mind. He had obtained all the authority of the arcane tower. Thaling number 1 nervously looked at him. Soren knew that after he sorted out the structure of the arcane tower, he woke up. He looked at the nervous Thaling Nell, one in front of him, and slowly said, "Release the Thaling authority. Release Thaling number 1, number 2, number 4, number 5, number 7. A strange light appeared. Then, complex, mysterious runes appeared on the 5 Thaling in front of him. Then, the restrictions of the arcane tower on them were lifted. They were free. Thank you, sir. From now on, everything in the arcane tower will be under your control." Thaling number 1's voice was trembling. After the restrictions were lifted, it immediately opened a portal and said, "Let's go to the clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror now. I'll leave the next magic beacon. If you need any help, sir, you can contact us at any time." It was as if it was afraid that Soren would change his mind. These Thaling quickly entered the portal. They couldn't wait to leave this place where they had been trapped for thousands of years. P.S. Search for the official account of Stupa Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. Chapter 799. The Thaling left very quickly. It seemed that when Soren explored the upper levels of the arcane tower, they already had this plan. For some reason, these Thaling could not leave the arcane tower, so they had been waiting for Soren's arrival. If Soren did not agree to give them freedom, these Thaling might really fight to the death. Staying in the same place for thousands of years, probably only high-level alchemy creatures could bear it. If it were other intelligent creatures, they would have gone crazy long ago. Seeing these Thaling immediately open the portal to the outer plane and leave, Fallen, which was obviously a little bit hesitant, but in the end, she did not speak. This matter could only be decided, but fortunately, Soren had buried a clue to connect to the mechanical plane. Open the magic lock. Connect to the elemental pool. Open the demi-plane channel. Since he had the highest authority of the arcane tower, Soren immediately opened the magic lock. The magic lock required a lot of energy, and it could not be operated by the elemental pool of the arcane tower. At most, it could only be opened temporarily. After Soren activated the magic lock, he immediately said to Gloria, "You guys set up an energy transmission channel. Find a way to transfer the energy of the elemental furnace into the arcane tower." Gloria and Fallen, which also understood that this was the most important thing at the moment, so they immediately nodded and prepared to leave. The others were all wizards, and they were very curious about this, so they all followed him down one after another. Only the High Priestess stayed. She was a psionic warlock, and she was not very interested in arcane things. "My lord, now that we have the arcane tower, Mordor City has the ability to fight against other gods." The High Priestess looked at everything in front of her and slowly said, "However, in my opinion, this arcane tower is not very advanced. Its floating ring has not been completed, and a network has not been established. I'm afraid it can only fight against weak gods. In the face of some powerful gods, it is still not very useful." Soren nodded and said, "I understand, but it is enough to have this foundation. The floating ring can be given to Gloria and Fallen, which to complete. With the elemental furnace, we can temporarily ignore the energy of the veins. However, the most important thing now is to build a network. Can you do it with psionic power?" Psionic network. The High Priestess had a very terrifying ability, which was to connect matter and psionic power together to to form a super network with her as the core. She used this ability to kill the Queen of Spiders. Soren was now preparing to give her some high-level access to the tower and use her psionic energy to upgrade the control system of the arcane tower. To use a simple analogy, the current arcane system was a two-dimensional control system, but if the High Priest completed the mental network, it would be a three-dimensional control system. Yes. However, with my current power, the High Priestess glanced at Soren and wisely didn't continue to speak. I know. Soren nodded and said, but I am not sure if I can completely remove the curse of the Queen of Spiders. Her crafty approach is too powerful. If I forcefully remove it, I may alarm her and cause some accidents. You still need to be patient. When I reach intermediate divine power, I can easily remove the curse on you. Soren lied. In fact, he already had a way to remove the curse of the Queen of Spiders, but the price was a little higher. He needed to buy some time, because the High Priestess was still too powerful. A psionic warlock with a profession level of 30, Soren was not sure if he could defeat her without leveling up. If he removed the curse now, the two of them would be evenly matched in terms of strength. Soren needed to use a lot of divine power, including a certain amount of divinity. After removing the curse, the High Priestess' power would be greatly increased. It was very likely that she would directly become a demigod. Because of this, Soren had to make sure that he was stronger. There was no trust or distrust. Soren needed to have everything under his control. He would not do such a risky thing, even if it was a 1 in 10,000 chance. Solen also did not want to take the risk of becoming the host. Now is the time of the Avatar crisis. Anything could happen. The gods were also more fragile than ever. Soren had to think more. The High Priestess nodded. She was not very clear about the divine realm, but as long as there was hope to remove the curse, it was good. The Queen of Spiders was a veteran, great divine power. Crafty approach was a very special power. Sometimes ordinary gods could not do anything about it. Rumble. There was a slight vibration. The flatland floating in midair outside the arcane tower moved. Gloria and the Fallen which worked together to activate a large floating ring. The whole land slowly drifted towards them. Floating movement. This was the most basic ability. The top floating city in the Arcane Empire could even complete plane teleportation. The whole city could directly teleport to the astral world. Of course, this required a huge energy shield. At that time, the floating city was almost equivalent to an independent half-plane. Begin energy transmission establishment. Mother, you are responsible for repairing the magic lock. Gloria's voice appeared in everyone's mind. Soren activated all the authority, but when the magic lock was connected to the arcane tower and the energy of the half-plane was activated, a special function was triggered. Phase shift. Soren's expression was a little shocked, and then murmured, "No. Is this a plane shift?" The control center of the arcane tower. An eye-catching spatial waymark appeared in his mind. He was familiar with this location. Because the spatial waymark was locked on to the city of Mordor, it was a place that Soren remembered. Back to the second half of last year. Shortly after Soren arrived at the city of Mordor to build the city, he explored the nearby land. Near a land occupied by mutant plants in the city of Mordor, Soren found an ancient ruin that had been destroyed. This ruin looked a bit like the ruins of a tower, and the corresponding coordinates were the arcane tower in the shadow plane. Soren later sent people to explore there, but in fact, there was almost nothing special there, and it had been destroyed long ago. Later, the city of Mordor was expanded, and the place was also flattened. There was almost no big discovery, and it had been included in the next step of the City Hall plan. But now in front of Soren's eyes, there was a teleportation waymark. The spatial waymark was connected to the magic lock, and the half-plane of war chess was like a grafted bridge, ultimately connecting to the entire arcane tower. It seems to be able to teleport, Soren murmured at this time. The coordinates are northwest of the city of Mordor, and the spatial waymark is very stable. This wizard tower can teleport to the material plane, right next to the city of Mordor. Teleportation requires a lot of energy. Soren's words made both Gloria and Fallen Witch pause for a moment, and then the two legendary witches immediately rushed overexcitedly. The Wizard Tower. What Mordor lacked now was a tower to deter the enemy. If this arcane tower could be transferred to the material plane, and it was near the city of Mordor, then it could be included in Soren's current plan. The Wizard Tower could be the energy core of the entire island of Mordor. Even the defense system of the Temple of Mordor could be connected to the Arcane Tower. The most important point was that the Arcane Tower and the Magic Lock were connected. If the Arcane Tower could be transferred to the material plane, then the Magic Lock covered by this spatial waymark could also be transferred to the material plane. Magic Lock. So far, there were only two forces in the material plane that had magic locks. One was the Northern Witch Council, and the other was the Wizard Alliance. If they could have a magic lock, the defense of Mordor would be directly improved by a lot. Teleportation must be in the air. This requires my mother and I to complete the large floating ring and place it under the Arcane Tower. After the floating ring, only then can we teleport to Mordor in the material plane through the half-bit wall. Teleportation could only be in the air. According to the information displayed by the Arcane Tower, this kind of teleportation could not have any connection with the Earth. Only after the tower was raised could they start the teleportation energy. How long will it take to transform this Arcane Tower into a floating space tower? Soren had always been decisive and immediately said, "The manpower and material resources of Mordor can be allocated by you. If you need anything else, I can find a way." The Arcane Tower was not completed. Looking at the floating ring below, it was obvious that only 2/3 of it was completed. Mithril. The material of the floating ring needs mithril infiltration. Mordor does not have any mithril reserves. A lot of gems and materials are needed to complete the Arcane Tower. These can be obtained through the Witch Council, but the price may be as high as 1,000,000 Kindler. Gloria calculated quickly and immediately said, "There is no problem in terms of manpower. If there are enough materials, we can complete the transformation in half a month. We need at least a pound of mithril, and more than 1,000,000 Kindler funds." Mithril? Soren could not help but frown when he heard that. Kindler was not a problem. He also secretly controlled Treasure Island and worked closely with the Church of Riches. But mithril was really rare, and it was almost impossible to see in the surface world. If you want to get it, you can only go to the Underdark. And a pound of mithril was already a very scary amount. This kind of reserve was probably only available in the larger cities in the Underdark, but it was basically impossible for these forces to sell such expensive and rare materials. If they did, the price would be very, very scary. P.S. It's the end of the month, looking for next month's votes. Why does Fu2 write very smoothly and quickly every time he writes a plot without integrity? Does this mean that Fu2 is a very pure person? Chapter 800. Mithril? As if thinking of something, Soren immediately took out a piece of silver-white metal from his extra-dimensional space. This was a trophy he once obtained from the laboratory of a demigod lich. Mithril was a very high-end alchemy material, and many legendary spellcasters would have a little of it. However, this amount was generally not a lot. The piece in Soren's hand was not small, but in fact, it may be less than 100 grams. To describe mithril in one sentence, it was as light as a feather and as hard as steel. In the Underdark, even the price of diamonds was far less than mithril. Do you think this will be enough for a while? Soren handed the mithril in his hand to Gloria in front of him and said slowly, "I can get the rest done right away. Give me about 3 days." Gloria reached out and took the mithril and immediately said, "This is enough for us to use for a week. There are also some leftover materials in the Arcane Tower. There is no problem in completing the large floating ring at the bottom first. But if we want to make a real floating space tower, then we must build a medium-sized energy barrier." The floating island was not a success when it flew. An arcane floating island had many supporting facilities, including long-range weapons, melee defense puppets, and energy protection systems. Once the floating island flew, the wind was particularly strong. Not to mention anything else, just the strong wind at high altitude. Without the protection of an energy shield, your hairstyle for the day would basically be finished. So in order to protect your hairstyle, the floating island needed at least a wind barrier, an energy protection barrier. The city of Mordor already had the corresponding technology. The energy shield over the city was an example, but it mobilized the power of the Great Temple. Now, they just needed to transfer the energy supply to the elemental furnace. Okay, I'll leave now. Soren had always pursued efficiency. After explaining the rest of the things, he immediately opened a portal to the mainland. If he wanted to get Mithril, he could only go to the Underdark. However, the Underdark was not a place that was easy to enter. Soren did not dare to provoke the Drows for the time being because the Queen of Spiders had come down. If he were to encounter her, he would be unlucky. Therefore, Soren's target was the Duergar in the Underdark. During his last exploration, he had already discovered a city controlled by the Duergar. There was a mithril or vein underneath the city. Judging by the time, the divine artifact level mithril chainmail should be completed soon. Soren wanted to see if he could steal it. As for facing them head-on, it was impossible. No matter how strong a saint was, there was a limit. If he was surrounded by a group of dwarven mages, he would definitely be exhausted to death. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the bottomless abyss, the Galumba arena, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly began to move. During this period of time, although the Galumba arena had a new demon lord, the outside world did not know much about it, and there were not many changes. That was to say, there were more neutral demons nearby than before. Galumba Arena had expanded its business to many places in the Forgotten Land on the third floor of the bottomless abyss. Even the two secondary demon lords spent money to hire demonic mercenaries from Galumba Arena during the Civil War some time ago. Now that the bloody war was almost over, many demonic mercenaries began to accept other orders. This time, the Galumba Arena made a big move. Not only the Beheader, Sauron's personal guards, were dispatched, but even the nearby demonic mercenaries also followed suit. Sauron's target was a secondary soul demon lord. In the second wave of the Avatar crisis, many secondary demon lords carried out tentative attacks on the material plane, but the strength they invested was different. The secondary demon lord that Sauron attacked this time was the one who teleported a large number of his army to the material plane during the second wave of the Avatar crisis. This secondary demon lord's luck was not good. He teleported to the vicinity of the elf forest. Although he obtained a lot of loot, he was soon counterattacked by the elf ranger. In the end, the demon army he brought out was almost wiped out, and his avatar was also beheaded once. The territory of this demon lord was very close to the Galumba arena, so after learning the news, Sauron made a prompt decision to summon the army to launch an attack on this old demon lord. At this time, if he did not eliminate the opponent and take the opportunity to expand his territory, would he wait for him to recover his strength? The bottomless abyss was cruel. Since he dared to go to the material plane to plunder, he must be prepared to be destroyed by other demon lords if the plunder failed. Sir Lord, the army has been assembled. Sharon the assassin has been sent out. There will be news soon. The goblin demon warlock Tebi followed Sauron with a flattering face. He should be one of the most intelligent high-grade fighters under Sauron's command, so his status had recently risen much faster than other high-grade demons. During this time, Sauron had been recruiting men. Now, he had a powerful assassin under his command, which was more dangerous than a legendary rogue. If Sauron was not strong enough, he might not be able to suppress him at all. Okay, very good. You go and prepare the portal. Sauron looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "We will launch a surprise attack when it's dark." Standing beside Sauron were two beautiful high-grade succubus. One was the lady boss of the Furnace Tavern, and the other was a newly recruited high-grade freshman succubus. It was said that this freshman succubus was very favored by the demon Lord Sauron. After just one night of serving, her status had skyrocketed. She was already Sauron's right-hand man, and she was even above the succubus lady boss who had followed him earlier. Originally, this was not a big deal, but what was strange was that the succubus, who had always liked to compete for favor, did not have any infighting this time. The succubus lady boss did not have any temper in front of the new favorite of the demon Lord Sauron. It seemed that she was completely willing to be under the other party. This could not help but make the other high-grade demons amazed. Many high-grade demons looked at the freshman succubus more highly because of this. As the Galumba arena, which was inclined towards order, many succubus had gathered here recently because of the chaos in the bottomless abyss. Because the succubus queen had gone missing. The Glory sisters who led the succubus army in the bottomless abyss seemed to have fallen into an infighting. Without a strong protection, the succubus could easily become the wealth that other demon lords fought for. Therefore, many succubus in the Forgotten Land hoped to be protected in the Galumba arena. Now, there are almost 50 to 60 succubus in the territory. The Avatar crisis was an opportunity. This opportunity was not only in the material plane, but also in the bottomless abyss. Failure to attack the material plane meant paying a painful price, and this loss in the fierce bottomless abyss meant that one would become the prey of other demon lords. Sauron had never thought of attacking the material plane from the beginning to the end. He was waiting for the arrival of the second wave of impact. At that time, there would be demon lords who would fail, and these failures would be the targets that he needed to eliminate to preserve his strength. South Coast, Nerod's land. It was about 100 kilometers away from Port Tylon. It was originally a rich place on the south coast, but now it had turned into ruins. It belonged to the border territory of the Principality of Rossard. At present, the Principality of Rossard fell into the control of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Although she had lost the war with the pirate King Sorin, it did not mean that she was not strong enough. It was just that the legendary pirate king was too terrifying. The Avatar crisis naturally would not be lenient to the Principality of Rossard. In the second wave of impact, the Principality of Rossard also suffered heavy losses. Although the Duke of Red Dragon's wife continuously fought against the greater demons, many cities and towns in the Principality were razed to the ground. Now that the mainland was riddled with holes, the interior of the Principality of Rossard could not be pacified, and no one cared about these border areas. Just like that, Nerod was forgotten. The demons were not the culprits who brought them destruction, but the traces of the devils hidden among them were the real culprits. The cities and towns were destroyed. Although the paladins of the Scorching Heart had saved a lot of people, they weren't the protectors of a secular world. After eliminating the remaining devils, these paladins with lofty ideals were summoned back by the church. The demons had been eliminated. The devils were also nowhere to be seen for the time being. However, the damaged homes that were left behind still needed these survivors to rebuild. The paladins could protect them, but the church was unable to provide relief to the victims. The Principality of Rossard was in constant internal strife and had no energy to take care of these poor people. As a result, these survivors faced a new problem of survival in this time of shortage. They lacked food. To live, they had to eat. Only by living could there be a future. Night fell. In the darkness, two figures were approaching the seaside. "Is it here?" One of the handsome young men looked around and said slowly, "The church said that there are believers of evil gods spreading their faith nearby. These evil people must be judged." A paladin, and it was a young paladin. Whether a saint samurai was old or young wasn't just a matter of their age. It could be judged from their tone of voice. "Shoo, don't alarm the enemy. We need to observe first." Because in addition to the demon Lord Dagon, the believers of the sea goddess seemed to have been active nearby recently. The one who spoke was a middle-aged clergyman, a person who dedicated his life to the gods. This kind of person often did not marry and have children in his life. The two gradually approached the seaside. Then they saw a bonfire, and there were many people sitting around it. They could smell the aroma of food from afar. Next to the bonfire was a beautiful woman in a priest's robe, and there were cold-faced warriors patrolling nearby. There seemed to be something lurking in the sea further away, and the smell made the clergyman feel very dangerous. Disaster has come. Our world will face the attack of the devils. Only by believing in the sea goddess can we be protected. The sea has endless treasures. Food, wealth, status. Your nobles don't care about your lives. Your kingdom has abandoned you. Those seemingly glorious churches don't care about you at all. They used to take your offerings, but now they're watching you starve to death. The sea goddess is merciful. She saved you from the terrible demon, Dagon. Now she even gives you food. As long as you believe in and serve her devoutly, then the sea goddess will give you everything you want. Look at the nobles who rule you. Think about giving up your kingdom. Only the sea goddess accepted you. A burst of rhythmic voices came, and some of the refugees around the bonfire fell into deep thought, but more of them stared at the big pot in front of them. Kelp, fresh fish, and a lot of fish were simmering in it for a long time. The long-term hunger made the refugees have no energy to think so much. If it were not for the fear of the patrolling warriors, they would have started to fight for it. The preaching continued. The priest in a robe in the center kept talking about how the nobles, churches, and kingdoms were despicable and shameless. At the same time, he kept preaching the mercy and greatness of the sea goddess to these refugees. At the same time, he kept mentioning the name Dagon, which made many of the refugees nearby show fear. These damn cultists! The young paladin listened for a while and was angry. It seemed that he wanted to rush out, but he was quickly stopped by the middle-aged clergyman next to him. Don't be impulsive. The middle-aged clergyman shook his head. The young paladin seemed to listen to him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then we should go back and report this to the church immediately." The middle-aged clergyman heard the words and looked into the distance. A large group of sallow and emaciated refugees gathered around the bonfire. Some of the surviving children were already skinny. A trace of pity appeared in his eyes, and he slowly said, "No need. The church is guarding against the demon lord Dagon. It is not suitable to fight the sea goddess now. And even if we defeat them, what about these refugees? Who will help them? The church is no longer able to help the refugees in the south coast. Besides, the sea goddess seems to only want to spread her faith among these people and not spread evil, chaos, and slaughter like Dagon. At present, the most important thing for the church is to eliminate the demonized cultists. These refugees are taken in by the sea goddess. At least they won't starve to death. In the future, if there's a demon attack, the sea goddess will also protect these poor mortals. This is better than them starving to death." The young paladin was stunned. He felt that what the clergyman said was very reasonable, but it seemed to be a bit contrary to the doctrine because the sea goddess was an evil god. For the first time, reality, ideals, and beliefs clashed violently. The young paladin did not know whether the elder he had always respected was right or not, so he felt very confused at the moment. The education he received in the past was being impacted by reality, and for the first time, he knew about compromise. Compromise with evil for justice. He was now very confused. If he could take this step, he might become an old paladin and become the most solid force to protect justice. But if he failed, he was afraid that he would be lost in faith. In the future, it will be combined into chapters, about 400 to 500 words. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Chapter 801. Spider Forest. Returning here after such a long time, Soren saw that everything had changed. The most obvious thing was the military alert equipment. Soren not only saw many patrolling elven rangers, but also the military camp of the forest elves. After the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the Drows of the Underdark and the Elves of the surface world had a war. There was no clear winner between the two sides, but the hatred became stronger because of the war. The Saints of the Elven Divine System had not yet appeared, but Soren had seen a lot of Elven priests here. Most of them were priests who served the Elven god, Corlon Larison. These priests had a very obvious characteristic. That was, they were very handsome, both male and female. This kind of beauty was also outstanding among the elves. The reason may be related to the hobby of the elven god, because he was a god who could be male or female. Other gods rarely used the incarnation of the opposite sex, but this elven god liked to appear in the incarnation of a woman more than once. It was said that handsome elves were more likely to get the favor of the elven god. There was bound to be a battle between the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, and the elven god, Corlon Larison. This was also the reason why the intensity of the Avatar crisis increased. The hatred of Lolth's exile was very strong. She was originally one of the most beautiful goddesses of the elves, but because of her exile, she became like a spider. At that time, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, suffered a lot under the hands of the elven god, and this struggle of more than thousands of years made her hatred even stronger. After the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, the elven main god, Corlon Larison, immediately found a new wife. The two of them basically didn't have the slightest bit of love left between them. If possible, the Queen of Spiders would definitely not mind paying a high price to kill him, and the Avatar crisis also provided her with this opportunity. The Queen of Spiders' poisonous fangs were ready for revenge at any time. In addition to the priests of the elven god, Soren also saw a temporary small temple, which was dedicated to the current mother goddess of the elven divine system. She was the wife of Corlon Larison, the goddess of life of the elves, Angrus. She was a goddess of luck. She inherited part of the power of the ancient god of life, and was in charge of the priesthood of spring, fertility, planting, birth, defense, and wisdom. Although he didn't directly possess the origin power of life, the two clergies of birth and spring contained the aura of life. The temple of this goddess was protected by power. Soren didn't want to get himself into trouble, so he didn't sneak in to investigate. Looks like the surface elves and drows are ready to fight. According to Soren's memories, the surface elves and the drows had fought more than 10 wars. The Queen of Spiders had secretly killed several gods of the elven pantheon, and the one who died some time ago was just an appetizer. Compared to other gods, the Queen of Spiders had mastered too many battle-related priesthoods. Her current combat divinity included assassination, crafty, destruction, darkness, and so on. Any one of them would be extremely dangerous. This was especially true for the godhood of assassination. The Queen of Spiders had already obtained this godhood when she was still a mid-tier god. For this power, she did not hesitate to provoke internal strife among the drows. It was well known. The drows were a race that liked internal strife very much and were proficient in assassination. They liked to use assassination to deal with their opponents. In the city of the drows in the Underdark, even an assassination that wasn't discovered could be regarded as non-existent. This showed how terrible the Queen of Spiders was. From mid-tier divine power to greater divine power, Soren didn't know how much the Queen of Spiders had strengthened this assassination domain, especially after the fall of the 3 death gods and the god of murder had been sealed. If the Queen of Spiders wanted to, she could steal part of the power of these gods and combine it with her original ability. It would be even more terrible. Assassination divinity. Soren's eyes narrowed slightly when he thought of this. He had inherited the slaughter domain. If he wanted to get his hands on greater divine power, the power of this divinity would have to be taken back anyway. However, the Queen of Spiders was the most powerful assassin in the multiverse, and it was very difficult to find her trace. This goddess was not someone he could provoke for the time being. After passing through the defense line of the surface elves, he arrived at the entrance of the Underdark. Soren had the cloak of proof against detection, so he didn't have to worry about those defensive forces. Blood could be seen everywhere at the entrance. The battle did not stop, and small-scale conflict continued. Soon, Soren entered the Underdark. As he went deeper, the traces of the surface elves became fewer and fewer, and the traces of the drows began to increase. When he went about 3 kilometers deep, Soren found a pair of drow scouts. Unlike the half-drows in the city of Moder, these were purebred drows, and they were not very adapted to the daytime outside. 1, 2, 3, a standard 5-person team. They seemed to be the elites of a certain drow family. Soren frowned a glance, because the information in front of him told him that the drow families had joined forces to participate in the battle. He saw the emblems of 2 different families. The infighting among the drows was also very serious, and the only one who could unite them was the Queen of Spiders. Are they going to fight to the death with the Elven divine system? Soren smelled a trace of war, and he didn't know what to do about the historical direction of this matter. There was no point in getting involved in the Elven Civil War. They had been fighting for too long, and it was impossible to ease up. He was afraid that the line of the Avatar crisis would still move forward on its original trajectory. He just didn't know if the Queen of Spiders would change because of other things. Soren went deeper and deeper. No surprise, he saw the army of the drows. Unlike the elves of the surface world, the drows' army was very well equipped. How good was it? Simply put, the regular army of the drows had a set of rare-grade equipment above +3. There were many forging masters in the Underdark, and the minerals were far richer than in the surface world. If it weren't for the fact that these equipment could not withstand the sun after being enchanted, the drows' equipment and weapons would have had a crushing advantage. Zzz. A strange sound came from not far away. Soren quietly lurked over, and after taking a look, even he couldn't help but be startled. Petrifying Lizard Army. A dangerous magic creature with a high challenge level. Their attacks could directly turn people into stone, and they had a terrible crushing effect on middle and low-grade enemies. In addition to this natural ability, the petrifying lizards were also far superior to other creatures in hand-to-hand combat on the ground. About 2 adult petrifying lizards could fight against a ground dragon. In front of Soren were hundreds of petrifying lizards. Such strength was enough to destroy a kingdom in the surface world. A regular army of about 5,000 people could only withstand 3 rounds of attacks from the petrifying lizard knights. A round of attacks was enough to crush hundreds of people and petrify about 300 to 500 people. Basically, they would die if they were petrified, because there was no way to remove the petrification effect on so many people. A city of drows could only raise a little more than 100 petrifying lizards at most. There were probably 3 to 5 cities of drows gathered here. Damn, is the Queen of Spiders going to fight against the surface elves? Soren frowned and looked at them. He didn't know what was going on in his mind, but his expression didn't look very good. The entire surface world, almost no cavalry could fight against the petrifying lizard army. The heavy cavalry was just food in front of them. Even the unicorns could barely fight against them. This was just what Soren saw so far. The army of drows already had more than 5,000 people, including the slave army, Durgars, bugbears, Taurens, about 3,000 people, and the petrifying lizard army about 300 to 500 people. If such a force entered the ground battle, the city of Mordor would not be able to stop it. It's a pity that Dark Maiden has fallen. As if thinking of something, a trace of regret appeared on Soren's face. If the goddess had not fallen, maybe he could have used other ways to divide the power of the Queen of Spiders. This was just the tip of the iceberg in the Underdark. After the Queen of Spiders killed the other gods, she had completely unified the drows. If measured by a race, the army she could summon was definitely more than this. It seems that I can only fight with high-end combat power. Soren quickly adjusted his mood and had a clearer direction in his heart. Since there was no way for him to match up to these old, great divine powers in terms of military strength, he could only take the high-end route. Golem Army, Super Magic Pulse Cannon, Space Strike, Teleportation Strike. As long as he could build up the alchemy technology tree, he would not be at a disadvantage even if he faced the Queen of Spiders in the future. After passing through the barracks, it was much quieter. At present, the surface elves and the drows were in a stalemate. The other side was fighting at the entrance and testing each other, but the large-scale battle had not yet broken out. The Queen of Spiders was probably still gathering forces, and the elven gods were also preparing for a counterattack. It's a pity that the Duergars are too weak. Looking at the entire Underdark, only the Duergars, mind flayers, and beholders had the ability to contain the drows. There were too few beholders and mind flayers. Even if they were strong individually, it was useless. Although there were a lot of Duergars, they had already been destroyed. They had been abandoned by the original dwarven gods, and without the support of the gods behind them, the god of the Duergars was of no use at all. The Duergars had been suppressed by the drows for a long time. Many cities of the drows had Duergars as slaves. Oh, as if thinking of something, Soren's eyes suddenly lit up, and he murmured, "Stone-skinned Duergars. Stone-skinned Duergars." A branch of Duergars in the Underdark. For some reason, they were abandoned by the patron of the Duergars, Durag, and were currently holed up in the northwest corner of the Underdark. This Duergars was subdued by a group of adventurers in the Underdark during the middle and later stages of the Avatar crisis. Finally, it became the most prosperous weapon black market in the Underdark and a trade point connecting the surface world. At first, the belief of the stone-skinned Duergars was the god of spiritual energy. Later, for some reason, they changed their belief to the patron of the Duergars, and then for some reason, they changed their belief to the god of spiritual energy. The price of these Duergars changing their belief was that they were abandoned, and their tribe had weakened to less than 1,000 people. Mordor City. Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If he hadn't come to the Underdark this time, he probably wouldn't have remembered this group of Duergars. But today, since he remembered them, maybe he should consider taking them away. The Duergars were all experts in forging, and because of the Mind Flayer's enslavement, many Duergars had awakened their psionic talents, and the ability of the High Priest could definitely deter them. In this way, the arsenal of Mordor City could be formed at once. Duergars were a stubborn race. The other Duergars in the Underdark were almost impossible to subdue and recruit. Soren didn't dare to directly fight the patron of the Duergars, so the stone-skinned Duergars might be the only force he could win over at present. The Duergars didn't need much at all. For Mordor City, their biggest use was forging. Too many people would easily affect the balance of Mordor City. More importantly, there was one more thing. Mordor City would have a huge demand for forging in the future. After all, it was not a long-term solution to rely on the power of the Northern Witch Council. Soren needed to cultivate a group of excellent blacksmiths by himself. The establishment of the floating island also required a lot of metal ingots. Let's steal the mithril from Greybeard first, and then find the stone-skinned Duergar's nest. Soren was now a god, and his speed was very fast. As long as he could determine the approximate location, he could find these Duergars in a day at most. Mordor City already had a stable energy supply. He only needed to establish a teleportation beacon, and he could find a way to bring these Duergars back. However, the Duergars were very stubborn. If there was no other way, he was afraid that he could only solve the problem by violent means. Soon, Soren arrived at the place where they had fought. So much time had passed in a blink of an eye. He still remembered the danger of the battle with the demigod vampire, and he even remembered the scene of the top professions killing the Queen of Spiders. It could be said that even the current Soren would find it difficult to face that level of assassination. Sigil City. It seems that the Lady of Pain is ready to open this dusty city. A solid city appeared in Soren's sight in the distance. He had reached his goal. Thinking about the Sigil City in his mind, Soren quickly disappeared. About 10 minutes later, a rather burly Duergars came out of an alley in the city. Changed form, Shard of Divinity. P.S. There's a red packet lucky draw on the 10th. You could try your luck. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Chapter 802. Glex City. This city wasn't very famous in the Underdark. Compared to this rather majestic city of the Grey Dwarves, perhaps the people of the Underdark were more familiar with its lord. Greybeard. This was an outstanding character that was rarely seen in 100 years. There would always be some heroes in every race, such as Eugene of the Orcs, Chway of the Drows, the Griffin King of the Humans, and so on. Greybeard was such a character. He was born in the wilderness. It was said that his father and mother were slaves controlled by the Mind Flayer Elder. He had been tortured and controlled by the Mind Flayer Elder as an experiment in his childhood. This torture changed his mind. While giving him great pain, it also allowed him to advance into a powerful psionic warlock. Perhaps it was a little sad. The fate of the Grey Dwarves had always been difficult. They were enslaved for a long time. Although they resisted and defeated the Mind Flayer in the end, this tragic history still brought a lot of pain to their race. Many of the Grey Dwarves' minds have been completely distorted in this way, so there were often some evil lunatics in this race. Greybeard was such a product. However, his talent was amazing. This painful experience finally achieved everything for him. Greybeard endured for a long time under the control of the Mind Flayer until he was strong enough. He freed the enslaved Grey Dwarves and led them to fight a powerful Mind Flayer lair head-on. Greybeard became famous in this battle. Not only did he destroy the evil Mind Flayer lair, but he also succeeded in killing the Mind Flayer Elder. Of course, the price was also very heavy. Greybeard's mind was damaged. His mind occasionally fell into a terrible state of madness. There were 2 permanent scars on the back of his head, which were caused by the tentacles controlled by the Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer Elder tried to suck Greybeard's brain, but before it succeeded, Greybeard suddenly went berserk and directly split its skull open with a battle axe. Since then, there was one more legendary Grey Dwarf psionic warlock in the Underdark. Greybeard was not only a legendary psionic warlock, profession level 21, but also a level 5 berserker and level 5 wizard. No one knew what kind of ability the Mind Flayer's torture brought to him, but there was no doubt that he would be a very dangerous enemy. Glex City. This majestic city of Grey Dwarves was dug out directly from the ground. There weren't many people here, only around 10 to 20,000, but there were also many slaves of other races. This was the tradition of the Underdark. Every city in the Underdark liked to capture slaves. To them, slaves were free labor and consumables. The Durgar city was a bit of a mess. This was similar to other dwarves because dwarves liked drinking, liveliness, and fighting. As long as no one died, no one would care if they were beaten black and blue in the tavern. Most of the dwarves had rough skin and thick flesh, so fighting was not a big deal at all. Soren had just passed by a tavern when he saw a drunk Grey Dwarf being thrown out. The resources of the Underdark were quite abundant, and the Grey Dwarves were living quite comfortably by relying on the weapons trade. Soren also knew that Glex City was actually very rich. The reason was simple. There was a mithril vein here. Thinking of this, Soren couldn't help but look up at the castle in the distance. There was a furnace erected there, and a dazzling fire could be seen from afar. The fire here hadn't been extinguished for more than 10 years. About 10 years ago, the Grey Dwarves of this city discovered a large vein of mithril while they were in the process of mining. This was quite a shocking amount of wealth, and if it was leaked out, it might even lead to a crazy attack from the Drows. Therefore, the ruler of Glex City, Greybeard, blocked the news for a while and restricted all the dwarven craftsmen who knew the truth, not allowing them to leave. Since then, the fire in Glex City had never been extinguished. Greybeard was using the mithril to forge a powerful equipment, a mithril mail armor of the divine level. The production of mithril had always been very low, and refining it was also quite difficult. Even if Greybeard controlled a mithril vein, he had only recently completed the creation of this equipment. Note, the mithril mail armor worn by Frodo in The Lord of the Rings is almost equivalent to the reserves of the Dwarven Kingdom for hundreds of years. Greybeard's ambition was still very big. As a spellcaster and a berserker, He had always wanted to be able to exert his most powerful strength. However, this situation was very difficult to achieve under normal circumstances. This was because if he cast spells, he couldn't wear armor, and if he wore armor, there was a very high failure rate. The failure rate of plate armor was 80 to 90%. The failure rate of half armor was 60 to 70%. The failure rate of chain armor was 40 to 50%. And even the failure rate of leather armor was 20 to 30%. Once the spell failed, he would directly suffer the backlash of the spell, which could be understood as the damage of the spell being transferred to himself. Therefore, almost no spellcasters would cast spells with armor. And because of this, Soren didn't even wear leather armor. This was a congenital defect. Greybeard was facing the same problem as Soren. No matter what, he couldn't exert his most powerful strength. If he wanted to cast spells, he couldn't wear armor, and if he wanted to fight in close combat, he had to rely on strong equipment. For this reason, Greybeard spent a lot of energy to solve the problem. He defeated the Mind Flayer's nest, obtained the knowledge of an ancient empire, and finally found a little bit of direction. The Mind Flayer Empire, an ancient galactic empire that had been destroyed. The Mind Flayers had also created a glorious psionic civilization. They were born with psionic energy, called psionic energy, during the Mind Flayer Empire, and established an interstellar empire that spanned many planes of the Sea of Stars. This empire might be more advanced than the Githyanki civilization, and the age of thorium hadn't even begun yet. The evil nature of the Mind Flayers brought them destruction. This ancient empire didn't leave many clues and disappeared in the Sea of Stars. It was said that the destruction of this empire was related to an astral beast that could never be killed. Even the materials needed to seize the divine power of the goddess of magic during the age of thorium were also related to this astral beast. The Mind Flayers went into decline. Now, the Mind Flayers in many planes had almost degenerated to a primitive race. They only relied on their natural psionic energy to fight, and their research on knowledge had long reached a bottleneck. That was how Greybeard got a little knowledge from the Mind Flayer's nest, some very ancient psionic knowledge. He was going to use psionic energy to enchant the mithril mail armor and completely eliminate its interference in the spellcasting process. According to the original history, he succeeded in the end, and the time was now. The entire Glake's city's defense was very tight. Greybeard had been preparing for this for more than 10 years. Now that the divine artifact was about to be completed, he would be even more cautious. Soren, disguised as the Grey Dwarf, had not yet approached, but he had already alerted the guards. However, he pretended to be passing by and walked directly near the mayor's mansion. The security in this area was quite tight. Soren found at least a dozen patrols with his god-level perception. This didn't include the enemies lurking in the dark. In the place where the fire of the furnace lit up, Soren could perceive a trace of psionic energy fluctuations, and it seemed that there were magic traps inside. This is a bit tricky. Soren felt a slight headache at this time, but he quickly thought of a solution. He planned to level up first. As he became stronger, Soren needed more slaughter EXP to level up his profession. At his current level, relying on his profession's level alone could not increase his combat power too much. All of his abilities were almost comprehensive, and the combat power of the god-level template was more important. This was a watershed. Only when Soren's profession level reached level 30, or even level 40, would he clearly feel that the power of his profession level was gradually catching up with the power given by the god-level template. Soren currently had nearly 2,300,000 slaughter EXP. This amount of slaughter EXP was only enough for him to level up his Arcanist profession by 1 level, but it was enough for him to level up his Rogue profession by 2 levels. The slaughter EXP needed to level up the Rogue profession was much less. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Rogue profession has leveled up to level 9. Received 45 DX 36 plus INT 27 to 10 *0. 5 skill points. HP increased by 15. Profession HP 6 plus. con 27 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. You have received 1 ability point. Rogue Profession has leveled up to level 10. Received 45, DX 36 plus, INT 27 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 15. Profession HP 6 plus, con 27 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. You have received 1 free attribute point. Without a doubt, Soren added the free attribute point to Dexterity, and now his Dexterity had reached 37 points. As for the ability point, Soren did not have much to think about, and directly chose the passive ability Legendary Reflex. Legendary Reflex, Epic ability. You have an unimaginable reflex ability. This ability allows you to receive an additional 4 points of reflex when facing any attack, whether it's a magic attack or a physical attack. This ability can be stacked with any reflex ability, automatically replacing the effect of Lightning Reflex. Any evasion ability will receive an additional bonus. It's finally done. After receiving this legendary ability, Soren couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Legendary Evasion, Legendary Reflex, Legendary Combat Skills, Epic Dexterity, Reflex Evasion Proficiency, Intuitive Evasion Proficiency, Roll Evasion Proficiency, Agile Movement. Except for the most difficult Sixth Sense, Soren had almost maxed out all the passive evasion abilities. Only Sixth Sense is left. Soren looked at his attribute page and could not help but shake his head and sigh. If all the evasion abilities of a rogue were used up, then the evasion value would be stacked to more than 95%. Of course, to reach such a high level, one would need the Sixth Sense ability or the Super Sixth Sense ability. Soren couldn't do it yet. If all the evasion abilities were calculated, his current evasion value should be around 75 to 85%, and his powerful dexterity provided an additional evasion bonus. If he completed the Sixth Sense ability, then his evasion value would almost certainly reach more than 95%. Basically, physical attacks would not be a problem for him to dodge to this extent, and he could even dodge magic attacks. Sixth Sense. How could a rogue get the Sixth Sense ability? There's no way to train this thing at all. Soren looked at his ability and then focused on other aspects. For now, Soren's evasion ability should be the best in the material plane, and there shouldn't be many people in the multiverse who could have a higher evasion ability than him. It was too difficult to stack to the limit, so he didn't need to put too much effort into it for the time being, because combat power was not only reflected in evasion. Sneak is currently at 415 points. Soren quickly focused on his own sneak. The purpose of his trip was to steal things, not to fight, so he did not hesitate to put all his skill points into sneak. At his current level, it was very difficult to improve his basic skills by himself. Currently, he could only use skill points to improve it. As if reaching a critical point, when Soren's sneak increased to 500 points, the space around him seemed to distort slightly, and then return to normal. The power of shadow. When sneak broke through the critical line of 500 points, Soren's whole body seemed to have disappeared. No, he didn't disappear, and he didn't even enter sneak. Soren was still standing in the same place, and the others could see him with their naked eyes. But unlike before, Soren could be seen, but he couldn't be felt. All his aura disappeared. There was almost no way to feel his existence in any way. 500 points of sneak had reached an incredible level, and even the gods would find it difficult to detect Soren's existence. Finally, a basic skill has increased to 500 points. Soren sighed softly and then disappeared. There was no trace of him, and no change could be felt, as if he didn't exist at all. 500 points of basic skills was a watershed. Any basic skill that reached this level was equivalent to stepping into the realm of gods. Looking at the entire multiverse, only some of the old gods could reach this level. Even if a mortal was a legendary figure, the limit they could reach was only 400 points. Soren had completely disappeared. No one could detect his existence, and even the Lord of Shadows would find it difficult to detect Soren's sneak. He passed through the guard's protection as if he was invisible. Soren quickly approached the location of the furnace. All the guards were just decorations to him, and the only thing he needed to be careful of now was the spell traps. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. Chapter 803. After 500 points of basic skills, it was the other extreme. Soren directly sneaked into Greybeard's mansion. Even if he walked directly under the guard's eyes, the guard didn't notice him at all. The furnace fire was still lit, and Soren was not in a hurry to go there. The artifact must be the most important thing, and Greybeard must be watching it personally. The main purpose of Soren's trip was to get the mithril. Even if he couldn't get the artifact this time, he could still find a way to take it from Greybeard's hands in the future. After all, according to the original historical progress, Greybeard finally died in the hands of the Mind Flayer, and then this artifact became an ownerless object, attracting the adventurers of the entire Underdark to compete for it. Soren entered the mansion. He could feel that there was a faint fluctuation of psionic power in the entire mansion, which should be some kind of magic maintenance. Soren didn't dare to be too careless, and he carefully blessed himself with light body to move forward. He was looking for the treasure house. Greybeard was one of the rich lords in the Underdark because he defeated the Mind Flayer's nest and gained a lot of wealth from it. Then he was also a blacksmith master in the Underdark. The accumulation of hundreds of years was no joke. This guy was richer than many of the kings of the surface world. More importantly, he was very good at exploring veins. Greybeard not only found mithril veins, but also fine gold veins, but this vein was 70 or 80 years ago. Greybeard relied on this to get so much money to build Gleck City. They were similar in this regard. Without the money from Treasure Island, Soren was afraid that it would be difficult to build Mordor City so quickly. Greybeard's mansion was very big. Soren walked around a little and didn't find anything, but this was not enough to stump a god. Not to mention that Soren was also a part-time wizard. That's him. Soren quickly determined a target. That was the servant in Greybeard's mansion. This was already close to the inner mansion. Obviously, the servant was more trusted by Greybeard, so he could work in such a place. It was easy to deal with someone. Soren's figure crept closer and cast a spell in an instant. Mind control, divine power conversion. Soren's figure gradually appeared, and the eyes of the gray dwarf servant standing in front of him suddenly became blank. His pupils became hollow, and his mind was instantly controlled by the spell. His thoughts were completely controlled by Soren's power. For a long time, Soren had been raising his two resistances. One was charm magic, and the other was control magic. The reason was very simple. This type of spell was too terrifying. Just like now, the servant under Soren's control answered all of his questions without hesitation. Even if Soren asked him to kill the others, he wouldn't have any problems. This type of spell was extremely terrifying. As long as one was immune to it, they would be doomed. Where is Greybeard now? Soren used a spell to seal the sound around him and said in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know." The gray dwarf servant's expression was blank, and he slowly said, "Master should be in the furnace now. He stays there for half a day every day. He only comes back at dinner time, and then he goes back the next morning." Sure enough, Greybeard was not here. Soren thought for a moment and then asked, "Where is Greybeard's treasure vault? Where is the mithril stored in Gleck City?" The gray dwarf servant seemed to think for a moment, and then he said with a blank expression, "Master's treasure vault is in the basement in the southwest. He goes there once a week, and then he doesn't allow anyone to follow him." I don't know about the mithril, but all the mithril mined in Gleck City is controlled by Greybeard. It may also be stored in the treasure vault. Basement? Soren thought for a moment, then asked a few more questions, and then dealt with the gray dwarf servant in front of him. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, spells were not omnipotent. He could control the gray dwarf servant in front of him, but he could not erase his memory of being controlled. It might work in the form of a deity, but there was no way to do it in the form of a saint. In this case, he could only deal with him. There was not much time left for Soren. If the gray dwarf servant suddenly disappeared, it would definitely attract the attention of others. After Soren determined the general direction, he immediately rushed there. Soren decided to take the mithril first, and then consider the artifact, because he still did not know whether the artifact was completely completed at the moment. If it was not completed, it would be meaningless to take it. Whether it was Gloria or the fallen witch, it would be difficult for them to complete this artifact. However, the High Priestess might be able to do it, because she was a psionic warlock. The southwest side of Greybeard's mansion was even more heavily guarded, but it was not a problem for Soren at all. The only trouble was that he found some traces of gray dwarf wizards and psionic warlocks. These people were still not to be disturbed. If he attacked them head-on, it was unlikely that a team of high-grade legendary adventurers would be able to take down this fortress. Remove the trap. A clever and fatal trap was easily seen through by Soren, and then he removed it with his divine power. The comprehensive ability of the rogue clergy was very strong, and Soren was now not limited to removing traps by himself. It could be seen that Greybeard was still very cautious, because after the trap was removed, Soren found a trigger alarm and an inactive Finger of Death scroll. But this was just the beginning. After Soren found the location of the basement, he found 3 fatal traps in a row. They were Disintegrate, Finger of Death, and Cloud of Death. Soren did not hesitate to take these magic scrolls. Greybeard was also quite willing to spend money. Just these 3 death magic scrolls were worth thousands of Kindler coins. Click! The basement was quickly opened. In order to prevent the sound of the opening from disturbing others, Soren cast a 10-feet silent spell. No sound could be heard. This was a little trick of a top-notch thief. Back then, Soren would always carry some silencing spells with him. Sometimes, he would use them to deal with wizards' chanting spells. Other times, he would use them to activate mechanisms to prevent others from being alarmed. However, this kind of ability was useless against enemies who had mastered the ability Silent Spell. Rumble. The sound of the mechanism opening was still very loud. If there was no silent spell, many guards would have been alerted. Soren quietly sneaked in. There was a crystal light underground, and the passage was dark. As soon as Soren entered, he noticed something. Gargoyle. Soren frowned, and the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. Shadow Leap. Click. With a silver-white cold light, an obsidian statue was cut in half by him. Alchemy Puppet. Alchemy methods other than golem crafting were not as effective as puppet golems. They could only be used to guard specific places. The Grey Dwarves had many similar alchemy methods. Next was a bunch of traps that needed to be removed. Greybeard had set up a large number of trigger traps in this basement. With Soren's ability, it took him more than 10 minutes to remove them. For other legendary rogues, it was impossible for them to do it without an hour or two. Rumble. After removing all the trigger traps, Soren opened the first door. The sound was still very loud. In this era, it was difficult to avoid making noise when opening mechanisms, but Soren had prepared a lot of spells, so he didn't have to worry about alarming others. Golden Light. As soon as Soren opened Greybeard's treasury, he immediately felt like he was blinded by the golden light. Damn, this guy's actually so rich. Greybeard was very rich, because he was a blacksmith master in the Underdark and had been in the arms trade for hundreds of years. The Grey Dwarves basically lived for more than 300 years, and the wealth they accumulated in 100 years was far more than the human race's nobles. The first thing Soren saw when he opened it was a gold mountain. His initial estimate was that Kindler alone had more than 1 million pieces. This guy is really careful. There are even trigger traps inside. Greybeard's cautiousness opened Soren's eyes. He was just about to step in when he immediately found a trigger trap under a stone brick. There were a lot of things in the treasury. Gold, silver, and jewelry were only a part of it. Soren also saw a lot of weapons and equipment. However, these were all forged according to the Grey Dwarf's physique. Most of them were heavy armor and heavy weapons. The mainstream were battle axes, war hammers, heavy hammers, and so on. There were probably hundreds of sets piled up, and all of them were extraordinary level and above. Is this guy preparing to arm an elite? Soren didn't look too much. He directly activated his holy form and used his god-level perception to find a mithril. Soon, he found a secret compartment. This was a magic lock, but it was not a problem for the god of rogues. After Soren opened it, he immediately saw a dazzling silver-white light. Mithril, and there was a lot of it. In addition, there was a small amount of adamantine and 3 legendary soul crystals. This guy has a lot of resources. Looking at this treasury, the wealth in it was much higher than in the city of Mordor. Since Soren came in, he naturally took as much as he could. First, he emptied the mithril and adamantine, and then directly cast a spell to open a dimensional rift in the air. Then, under the effect of the advanced mage's hand, the gold flowed into it like a golden river. Finally, it was the armor and weapons. It was not the first time Soren emptied someone's house. Many of Mordor's funds were moved from the goblin and demon lords. He had experience in moving. It didn't take long for Soren to empty the treasury in front of him. There was no way to calculate how much money there was. Not counting the valuable mithril, adamantine, and soul crystals, as well as the extraordinary weapons that the Grey Dwarves were equipped with, the gold, silver, and jewels in the treasury alone probably added up to 2 to 3 million gold dirhams. Of course, the Avatar crisis had broken out. Gold and silver were still okay, but jewelry was not so easy to sell, and the value would definitely be reduced. Gloria's experiment required a lot of gems, and these resources could be sold internally. Soren carefully turned around again. After confirming that there were no other secret compartments, he planned to leave here. Greybeard didn't seem to have any hobby of collecting legendary equipment. It was estimated that the legendary equipment was on him, so there were no other high-value legendary items here. Okay, it should be about time. Soren took a last look at the now empty treasury, then came to the gate and directly stepped on a stone brick that could move slightly. The next moment, the trigger warning trap was activated, and the magic fluctuations directly alarmed many people. Fly. Greater invisibility. Soren continuously cast spells to rush out of the basement, and then flew toward the location of the furnace fire without thinking. The next moment, many people rushed over from the castle, including many high-grade Grey Dwarf wizards and psionic warlocks. At the same time, in the direction of the furnace fire, there was suddenly a violent magic fluctuation, followed by a very burly Grey Dwarf rushing over. Greybeard. As a Lord-level figure in the Underdark, Greybeard's momentum was quite amazing. He was very powerful and more difficult to deal with than most of the drows. It was possible to fight with Ascendant Eugene Gang head-on. Greybeard soon arrived at the treasury in the basement. When he saw that it was empty, he almost went mad with anger. He roared so loudly that no one dared to come near. Greybeard was so angry that his beard and hair stood up. But, after all, he was still a legendary figure, and his thinking speed was also very fast. After a little pause, Greybeard's face immediately changed, and he rushed in the direction of the furnace fire like crazy. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Just as Greybeard left the basement treasury, there was suddenly a rapid alarm from the furnace fire, followed by a series of rumbling explosions. Damn thief! I'm going to tear you into pieces. Greybeard didn't dare to think about anything at this time. He ran toward the furnace fire like a madman, but by the time he arrived, it was already a mess, and there were fires everywhere. As for the divine artifact, level mithril chainmail that was almost completed, as early as when he arrived at the basement treasury, it had been secretly taken away. The enemy's strength was very strong. He actually broke all the protective spells, triggered the traps, and finally took away the divine artifact of the furnace fire. Everything in front of him made Greybeard almost crazy. His eyes were blood red, and he directly grabbed a guard and tore him in half. Find it. Find it. Seal the city gate. Find it for me, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. An angry roar echoed. However, At this time, Soren had already left Gleck City. He was slightly injured at the last moment, but the price was definitely worth it. P.S. Today, there's a red packet lottery on the WeChat public account. There are about 1,000 red packets. You can try your luck. Chapter 804. Phew, I didn't expect Greybeard to be so ruthless. Even the confinement spell was turned into a spell trap. If it weren't for the protection of the divine power, I'm afraid I would have died. As if recalling the situation just now, Soren couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Imprisonment was not Maze. The latter could still find a way out, but it couldn't trap Soren at all. However, imprisonment was already a quasi-legendary spell. Ordinary legendary adventurers could accidentally seal it directly. Without freedom, they might be trapped for a lifetime. Even if he was accidentally sealed, it would be very troublesome. After breaking the seal, he would have to face the siege of Greybeard. Imprisonment was a powerful spell. It could directly seal legendary creatures deep underground. In general, because the casting time was too long, this spell was rarely used in actual combat. The most common use of imprisonment was to seal. There were many evil creatures sealed deep underground in the eastern countries, and most of them were trapped by imprisonment. However, the imprisonment in the eastern countries was slightly different, especially the ancient evil creatures. Sometimes it required a huge price to pay. The Baylor that destroyed a dwarf city some time ago was a high-level demon sealed by confinement spell in a certain era. He did not know how the dwarves broke the seal and released this demon at once. Theoretically speaking, imprisonment was possible to seal a true god. However, if a true god mastered the power of space change, then they could ignore this spell. Soren snatched the divine mail armor for only a moment, but the degree of danger was quite amazing. If it wasn't for divine shield, he might have directly entered a state of near death because Greybeard put a lot of trigger traps on it. Finally got it. Soren looked at the chainmail in his hand that was flowing with silver white light, and there was a satisfied smile on his face. Greater restoration, divine power, conversion. As a true god, Soren could now resist, heal, and cast spells. Although the injury was more serious, as long as he didn't die, he could use magic to recover. Back then, when the adventurers besieged the true gods, it was very difficult to kill them without using up all their divine power points. The divine armor chain mail was not completely completed. However, Soren had only obtained it a few days in advance. If this celestial artifact was completed, he was afraid that Greybeard would be the first to equip it. At that time, the only way to obtain it would be to kill him. There's no data. I can't use appraisal to determine it either. Looks like I have to bring it back and show it to the High Priest. After all, the High Priestess was a psionic warlock and had been to Sigil City. Her profession level was as high as level 30. She should have a way to complete the last part of this artifact. Soren could feel that most of the runes were completed, but the runes had yet to fuse together. If he had the time, he could also use his divine power and divinity to complete the final transformation, but it might take a little longer. Arcane knights could cast spells while wearing armor, but the gods had other methods to replace it. With the divine artifact in hand, there was no point in staying here. Soren determined the direction and immediately headed in the direction of the Grey Dwarf. The area of the Underdark was very vast. However, because of the terrain, it wasn't very convenient to travel. Some of the underground worlds were deep under the sea, so it was very difficult to survive there. The current situation of the Grey Dwarf shouldn't have changed much. This was because, according to the original history, there was a group of hook horrors near their territory. These were the most common, dangerous creatures in the Underdark. At this moment, Soren's strength was about to reach a critical point. The next thing he needed to consider was to advance into a legendary profession. For example, Shadow Dominator or Great Arcanist. If Soren hadn't advanced into an Arcanist, he might have chosen to advance into a Great Wizard. This was a legendary profession that could only increase one's level by 5. However, now that he was on the path of an arcanist, he definitely had to try to advance into the realm of a great arcanist. Now, his data page had become name, Soren, saint form, lesser divine power, race, half-elf son of slaughter, attributes, strength 22, plus 5, frost giant's belt plus 4, agility 37, plus 5, constitution 27, plus 5, intelligence 27, plus 6, wisdom 20, plus 5, charm 25, plus 9. Alignment, lawful evil profession, level 10 rogue, 011500000, level 10 shadow dancer, max, level 10 wizard, 012750000, level 7 arcanist, 015555000, grade 6. Health points, 532532 robust. Experience points, 455075 slaughter EXP, 17,545 profession EXP. Unassigned. Skill points, none attribute points, none legend level, 150 divinity points, 130 middle divinity. Requires 300 points to upgrade greater divinity. Divinity points, 46 lesser divinity. Requires 100 points to upgrade middle divinity. Divine power points, 213820. To upgrade to intermediate divine power, requires 600 divine power points and mastery of spatial manipulation. The current storage limit of the divinity is 820 points. Clergy, half-elf, rogue, tracker domain, slaughter, death, fear, evil, domination, piracy, shadow, flora spiritual energy, evil spiritual energy, fear spiritual energy status, normal basic skills, sneak 505, literacy 335, steal 275, picklock 265, snare 245, focus 215, negotiate 365, appraise 145, deceive 245, intimidate 375, taunt 245, perform 175, listen 315, dodge 215, parry 185, block 155, heal 185, search 355, detect 355, scroll copy 155, spell identify 185, survival 325, use magic equipment 155, cooking 115, alchemy 215, forge magic weapon 215. Saint form, divine transcendence, magic immunity 1 to 4, epic divine power, divinity abilities, space manipulation, death's hand, reality manipulation, form manipulation, divine power shockwave, language proficiency, character proficiency, interplane communication, astral teleportation, plane teleportation. Legendary skills, legendary reflex, expose weakness, perfect dual wielding, omnipotent hands, legendary evasion, legendary battle skills, epic dexterity, epic intelligence, epic constitution. Special abilities, blessing of the goddess of magic, god slayer, blessing of the misfortune goddess, blessing of the sea goddess, dragonblood baptism LV2, heart of slaughter, slayer, deathwalker, ascetic, erudite, blasphemy. Personal abilities, nimble left hand, eidetic memory, perseverance, encyclopedic knowledge, skilled spellcasting, reflex evasion, intuitive evasion, roll evasion, nimble movement, evasive sight, dark vision, combat spellcasting, mobile spellcasting, spell control, empower spell, maximize spell, crafting magic equipment, spell penetration, minor magic resistance, minor cold resistance, medium fire resistance, minor poison resistance, minor electric resistance, robust, high regeneration, telepathy. 100 feet profession abilities, arcane memory, arcane counterspell, arcane runes, shadow dominator, agile mind, military weapon proficiency, curved sword legendary. Battle skills, summon shadow, shadow jump 300 meters, shadow strike, shadow jump 2 times, vampiric touch, divinity, sword form, heavy slash, sword form, horizontal slash, sword form, beheading, sword form, waist slash, sword form, spinning strike, spinning slash. Bottomless abyss. Third floor. Forgotten land. Along with the loud rumbling sounds, a tragic siege battle began. Sauron's figure stood at the back of the demon army. On his left and right were two seductive high-grade succubus. The goblin demon warlock had led the army to join the battle. They kept driving the low-grade demons like a tide, consuming the enemy's strength again and again. This was the law of the bottomless abyss. Low-level demons would always be expendable. They were cannon fodder, sent to their deaths. The cruel law of survival of the fittest determined that demons who could still be promoted under such circumstances would have decent potential. This was just the first round of attack. Thousands of low-grade demons that Sauron had gathered from the Forgotten Land died. The timid demons were the most exhausted, but they were also the most numerous. These kinds of demons were everywhere in the wild, and they could easily gather up to 1,000 people. The berserk demons did not join the battle. They would be the main force of the siege, and now was not the time for them to fight. Master, a Glabrezu appeared in front of Sauron. It seemed to be eager to fight. This was a high-grade demon that had recently joined Sauron. It hoped to show its strength in this battle to gain more power and status. It was different from the other demon lords. Sauron was recognized as the most trustworthy demon lord in the Forgotten Land. This had long been recognized by the neutral demons. Meritorious deeds were rewarded. Wrong deeds were punished. In the Galumba arena, military service was the most valuable thing. Last time, a demon lord sent his subordinates to provoke them, and the goblin demon warlock fought back fiercely. That was why he could now command a demon army. Other high-grade demons also coveted this kind of power. They were eager to gain a higher status. Sauron had been accumulating strength. Now he had tens of thousands of demons under his control. Although most of them were middle-grade and low-grade demons, the number of Hezru had reached more than 300. Hezru was the advanced form of the berserk demons. Its weight was more than 2,000 pounds. They were very dangerous in a land battle. Although the battle was still in a stalemate, if Sauron sent the Hezru to the battlefield, it would only be a matter of time before the city wall fell. But Sauron also had a lot of things to consider. Many of the demon lords in the Forgotten Land knew about this attack, and he could not consume too much power in this battle. It was also because of this that the demon lords in the enemy camp fought with their lives, trying to delay Sauron and force him to retreat because he could not bear the losses. Facing the Glabrezu, Sauron thought for a moment and nodded. Go. Bring the Vrock demons. I'll leave the berserk demons to you. The Glabrezu's face revealed a sinister and excited smile. After nodding, she led the demon army and rushed to the battlefield. Demons were very warlike. Only through battle could they grow further. The area under the city wall had become a meat grinder. No matter how many low-grade demons were thrown in, there was no sound at all. As if he felt that the time was right, Sauron waved his hand forward. Along with the dull sound of footsteps, the Berserk Demon Legion, which weighed more than 1,500 pounds, also began to advance. They would directly flatten the city gate with their extraordinary strength. Master, the succubus lady boss seemed to be in high spirits today. Under normal circumstances, succubi rarely participated in head-on battles, but at this moment, she took the initiative to ask for battle. Let me join the battle too. Zorro was slightly startled when he heard this. Succubus's strength was not bad, but close combat was an obvious shortcoming. It was still a bit dangerous to let her join the battle. If something happened to her, Sauron would have to find a new commander and succubus to sleep with. However, Succubus Lady Boss was not as important as Gloria and the others in his heart. He thought about it and agreed, because only fighting could let her enter the realm of legends. Master, let me go too. At this moment, the succubus on the other side of Sauron also spoke. Her expression was quite frivolous, as if she did not care about what was happening in front of her. Huh, what's going on today? Even Succubus wants to join the battle. However, since one of them had already asked to join the battle, they should go. After all, this was the bottomless abyss, and Sauron had to give them a chance to hone themselves. Don't fight head-on. If you want to go, just go. After all, they were succubus who had slept with him. Sauron thought about it and mobilized a demonic mercenary to help them. At this time, the situation on the battlefield had been leaning towards Sauron's side. As if unable to bear the pressure, a strong pressure suddenly appeared on the city wall. The breath of a demon lord. After sensing this aura, Zorro's body trembled, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Lesser Demon Lord. The enemy's leader finally appeared. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Greater teleportation. Sauron's figure appeared directly on the city wall, accompanied by a raging fire. He roared and swung his heavy, beheading sword at the lesser demon lord in front of him. The demons around all avoided him. Whether it was intermediate or greater demons, they did not dare to get close to the two people, because this level of battle was not something they could intervene in. Flame Whip. The raging fire turned into a long whip in Sauron's palm, and then directly wrapped around the enemy in front of him. Facing the aggressive Sauron, a trace of panic appeared in the eyes of the injured lesser demon lord in front of him, and he directly used greater teleportation to open up the distance. Want to run? Sauron's mouth showed a sarcastic smile. The greater teleportation ability of the Balrog was a talent. How could other demon lords be more proficient in teleportation than him? As long as the enemy in front of him was defeated, the territory of the Galumba arena would directly double. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.